I'd like to call the Finance and Administration Committee to order. Can we please have the roll call?
Kevin Palkey.
Good morning.
Melissa Willett. Here. Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma. Lisa Middleton. Present. David Miller. Here. Jose Luis Pacheco. Ramon Rubalcaba.
Thank you. And we can move into the executive report. Ms. Nix.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. Michele Nix, CalPERS team member. First, I'd like to highlight the interactive summary evaluation results tool on the CalPERS website that has been updated with the 2024 evaluation results and has been enhanced to include summary dashboards. The new dashboards are designed to help employers locate, navigate, and better understand their plan data and actuarial results using a clear and interactive format. Next, the recent federal government shutdown has had a direct impact on the processing of our Section 218 agreements with the Social Security Administration. At this time, we have 16 218 agreements still waiting federal review. We will continue to monitor the situation closely now that the operations have been restored. The agenda before you today consists of semi-annual contracting prospective report, contracts administration, affirmation of the investment contracts without defined duration, annual contract and procurement activity report, and pension contracts management program annual report. Additionally, the agenda has 4 action items seeking your direction: the 2025-26 mid-year budget revisions, the 2024-25 basic financial statements, asset liability management, second reading for the PERF actuarial assumptions, and the annual discharge of accounts receivable. We also have 2 information items. Emily Zong will be presenting the semi-annual health plan financial report. And next, Robert Patterson, along with Jennifer Hafner, will be presenting an update on modernizing the investment data and technology systems. The next Finance and Administration Committee is scheduled for February 17th, 2026, and it will include the Treasury Analysis and Liquidity Status Report, Pension Contracts Management Program Report, and the 2026 CalPERS Board of Administration State, School, and Special Retired Member Notice of Election. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This concludes my report. I'd be happy to take questions at this time.
Thank you for that report. I do not see any questions. I do want to note for the record that Frank Ruffino for Ruffino Ma is excused. Which brings us to item 3, action consent items. I have a motion to approve, a second by Mr. Pacheco, motion by Mr. Miller. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes. We can go over to item 4, information consent items. I have not received any requests to pull anything, which that will bring us to our action agenda item number 5A. Ms. Nix.
Thank you. I'll call Will Shastma up to present the budget report.
Thanks, Michele. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Will Shafsma, CalPERS team member. This morning, I will be walking you through the 2025-26 proposed mid-year budget agenda item. This is an action item which will need your approval. Next slide, please. The total proposed increase to the 2025-26 budget is $237.6 million, or 8.7%. This increase is driven by updated estimates for investment external management fees, as well as a smaller increase in operating costs and third-party administrator fees. Next slide. The mid-year proposes a $16.8 million increase in operating costs, which is a 1.9% increase over the annual budget. This adjustment reflects employee compensation changes and refined cost estimates for the installation of LED lighting in Lincoln Plaza North. Next slide, please. Most of the increase in operating costs is due to an $11.1 million increase to administrative costs. This includes $8.5 million to fund updated contribution rates for retirement and health, and changes to salaries and benefits resulting from recent collective bargaining negotiations. $2.6 million is proposed to fund board-approved salary and incentive adjustments, as well as key position reclassifications. Additionally, $5.7 million is requested to accommodate additional costs for the LED lighting project at Lincoln Plaza North due to an unanticipated scope change for labor and materials. Next slide. The mid-year budget projects fees for investment managers and third-party administrators will increase by $220.8 million or 11.8%. Fees are estimated prior to the April budget and then updated at mid-year as new information becomes available or changes to contract terms are made. Next slide. External management fees are estimated to increase by $217.5 million in comparison to the April budget. Base fees are estimated to increase by $91.2 million, primarily due to expected new investments and market gains across multiple asset classes. Additionally, performance fees are estimated to increase by $126.3 million due to projected global equity, manager performance, and improved market conditions for real estate and infrastructure. Third-party administrator fees are estimated to increase by $3.2 million. This adjustment reflects an increase of $4 million for pharmacy benefit manager administrative fees and a $700,000 decrease in health program fees due to updated enrollment estimates. I'll stop here for any questions on the mid-year budget before moving on to our report on prior year expenditures.
I have one person, Mr. Pacheco. Oh, sorry, hold on. Mr. Pacheco.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I'd like to, first of all, good morning, and thank you very much for your report right now. With respect to the fee adjustments regarding the external management fees, you said the performance fees in the global equities and the real assets, within that $126.3 million increase, within the real assets, is that combined with real estate and infrastructure, or is it proportional?
Yes, that's real estate as well as infrastructure, forest land. So our change in real estate is 30.2, and our change in infrastructure is 29.
Okay, I see. And then with respect to the 91.2 million increase in the base fee, that's basically the asset under management fees, correct?
Correct. Those are management fees.
And that's across all the asset classes, not just private markets.
Right. That's the aggregate of all asset classes for which we pay base fees.
Is this normally we would see this at this time of the year?
Correct. We do every year. We do an updated estimate or projection to management fees. So we do one in April for the annual budget, and then as new information comes and we can track trends and we see what capital we're deploying, how our assets are performing, we'll update those management fee estimates again in November for the mid-year budget.
Very good then.
And then report on them as well at the end of the year.
And these are just basically contractual changes that have happened with.
It's a variety. It's contractual changes. It's capital deployed. It's asset growth. So it's a variety of factors that contribute to the increase.
Very good then. That's all my questions. Thank you so much.
I don't see any other requests to speak or questions, so please continue.
Next slide, please. CalPERS ended fiscal year 2024-25 with expenditures and encumbrances totaling $2.3 billion or 90.1% expended, leaving a balance of $250.5 million. Administrative operating costs closed with a balance of $58.2 million, due primarily to enterprise vacancies and unpaid incentives. In investment operating costs, a balance of $36 million is due to savings in consultant expenses, external legal engagements, appraisal fees, and technology expenses. Headquarters building costs left a $2.2 million surplus attributable to lower than anticipated costs for utilities, security, general maintenance, and supplies. Investment external management fees came in $151 million under budget due to lower than anticipated increase in active managers and real asset market fluctuations. And finally, third-party administrator fees closed with a surplus of $3 million, resulting from lower than anticipated PBM claims and lower enrollment for health plans than initially projected. Next slide. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I do have one, Ms. Willett.
Thank you so much. I don't have any questions, but I do move to approve the mid-year budget revision as presented.
I have a motion to approve as presented.
Second.
There's a second from Ms. Middleton. Any other discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? There you go. Thank you so much. That brings us to 5B. Ms. Nix.
Thank you, Chair Palkey. I'm going to turn it over to Janie Rajasansi to present the 2024-25 basic financial statements.
Thank you, Michelle. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Janie Rajasansi, CalPERS team member. Today, I'd like to share with you key highlights from our basic financial statements for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2025. Upon your approval, these statements will be incorporated into our annual comprehensive financial report. The PERF's total net position was $563 billion as of June 30th, 2025. The annual money-weighted rate of return was 12.1%, led by strong returns across all asset classes. Public equity, which comprises about 40% of the portfolio, was the largest contributor to overall returns with a 16.8% one-year return, followed by private equity at 14.3%, private debt at 12.8%, fixed income at 6.5%, and real assets at 2.8%. In September, our CIO, Stephen Gilmore, had shared with the board that our time-weighted rate of return was 11.6% as of June 30th, 2025. The 12.1% that I'm sharing with you today is our money-weighted rate of return for the same period. So the time-weighted rate of return is the industry standard for evaluating investment performance and measures the portfolio's compounded growth rate while removing the impact of cash flows in and out of the portfolio. For real assets and private assets, the returns reported in June reflect performance from April 1st of the prior year through March 31st of the current year. This reporting delay is commonly known as a quarter lag. For the money-weighted rate of return, this reflects the portfolio's actual performance, including all cash flows net of investment expenses. This measure shows investment returns through September, meaning it captures market movements for real assets and private assets up to the end of the fiscal year without any reporting lag. The money-weighted rate of return is required for financial reporting under GASB, and this is what we use for CalPERS for compliance purposes. In aggregate, the PERF's total net position increased by $56.4 billion, or 11.1%, from $506.6 billion as of June 30th, 2024 to $563 billion as of June 30th, 2025. Over the 10-year period from June 30th, 2016 to June 30th, 2025, the net position grew by $264.3 billion, representing 88.5% increase. In fiscal year 24-25, the PERF received $30.2 billion in employer and member contributions, a decrease of 3.3% from fiscal year 23-24, and dispersed $34.6 billion in benefit payments, an increase of 5.4% from the prior fiscal year. Looking at the change in net position more closely, employer contributions decreased by 5.8% from $24.9 billion in fiscal year 23-24 to $23.4 billion in fiscal year 24-25. This was primarily due to reduced additional contributions from the state of California. Member contributions increased 6.5% from $6.4 billion in fiscal year 23-24 to $6.8 billion in fiscal year 24-25. Investments and net securities lending income totaled $63.4 billion in fiscal year 24-25 compared to $46 billion in fiscal year 23-24. As mentioned earlier, investment performance was driven by strong gains in public equity, private equity, and private debt. Looking at the deductions from the PERF for the fiscal year, payments for retirement, death, and survivor benefits increased by $1.8 billion, or 5.4%, primarily due to cost of living adjustments and a growth in the number of retirees and beneficiaries. Refunds of contributions increased by $26.7 million, or 7.3% year over year, while administrative expenses decreased by $15.2 million, or 4%. Looking specifically at the investment portfolio, net investment income totaled $61.4 billion in fiscal year 24-25. Notably, public equity generated significant gains of $34.2 billion during the fiscal year, followed by private equity at $15.5 billion. Lastly, for your reference, this chart shows the unfunded actuarial liability and the market value of assets as of June 30th, 2024, which was the last actuarial valuation. As of that date, the UAL, which is the amount of the total actuarial accrued liability exceeds the market value of assets, was $178.6 billion. The increase in the UAL over the past decade is mainly due to changes in actuarial assumptions, such as updated mortality rates and a lower discount rate. Mr. Chair, if I may, I just want to recognize all of the hard work and dedication from our financial office team and our colleagues across CalPERS. This is a huge effort every year to put together the basic financial statements and our ACFR. So I really appreciate everybody's time, dedication in contributing, editing, reviewing, all of the hard work that goes into producing the ACFR every year. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much. And again, share my thanks as well to all the staff for putting this together. I'm so appreciative of everything that you guys do for our members. So please.
Thank you.
Mr. Pacheco.
Yes, thank you very much. And first of all, good morning, and thank you so much for the information. I really appreciated the analysis of the returns on the investments in terms of the asset class, and also with respect to the, let me see what else is there. One more thing, just give me 1 minute here. I really appreciated the breakdown of the money of the weighted process between the two, because it shows how much we've done in terms of our returns, in terms of the GASP, am I correct, the GASP requirements?
Right, yes.
And then we are required to do that every year, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, very good then. But besides that, I think it was very well stated. So I would like to move to approve this item.
Before we take any motions, I want to get through everybody's questions.
Sure.
So we have some more questions before we do a motion. Do you have any more questions?
No, I don't have any more questions.
Ms. Middleton.
All right. Mr. Chair, thank you. And Michele, Janey, thank you. This is a very encouraging report. Whenever you have a year that is got as much good news as this one has, it's tempting to sit back a bit. But we know that things do run in cycles. So given the position that we're in today, which is a very positive one, what kind of steps do you think we should be taking over the course of the next year to take advantage of of the positive position that we have today and to be prepared for what we know is the inevitable downturn at some point.
Thank you for that question, Ms. Middleton. I would have to say that the majority of our increase or decrease is primarily due to our investment program. And so that will lie on their expertise and the markets, of course. And, they have processes and strong processes in place, and when they follow those, that will be the best we can do.
And we know the market is volatile.
Yes, it is. And in addition, as you saw on our budget presentation, we're very cognizant of our administrative expenses. We try to control those. We do everything we can to make sure that we keep control over those and that we spend wisely. That's something that's always in the back of our mind as we budget and as we go throughout our year in the normal course of business. So we're very, very cognizant of that, so that also will help mitigate.
Right. This may be a question more for later when Scott and his team are coming up, but we are seeing benefit total dollars beginning to increase, and trying to anticipate what that increase is going to continue to be over the next few years is going to be incredibly important to maintaining the liquidity that we need to be strong when the investment market turns down.
Absolutely. Our team in the finance office works very closely with the investment team on liquidity. Our team, the finance team, does the operational liquidity, so we make sure there's enough money to meet our obligations on a daily, weekly, monthly, annual basis, and we communicate closely with investments. Anything extra goes straight into an investment in some format, and we try to keep track of that as closely as possible. So our liquidity, I feel like, our liquidity programs have gotten stronger over the past few years. And I anticipate that we have a really good handle on that right now.
Right. Well, I don't have any more questions. My compliments and my appreciation to everyone on your team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no other questions, what is the pleasure of the committee? So I have a motion by Mr. Pacheco to approve the 24-25 basic financial statement as presented. Is there a second by Mr. Miller? Any other discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you so much. And again, please share my thanks with the staff and everybody that put this together. That brings us to item 5C, Asset Liability Management, second reading, PERF Actuarial Assumptions. Ms. Nix.
Thank you, Chair Palkey. I'm going to turn it over to our amazing actuarial team to present this item. It is an action item, so I'll let them take it away. Scott?
All right, thanks, Michelle. Good morning. I'm Scott Tarando, CalPERS team member. As Michelle mentioned, this is an action item, and it's seeking the adoption of the new set of actuarial assumptions. Every 4 years, the actuarial office performs this analysis, and it's part of the asset liability management process. What we're going to present here is we're going to have key findings and go over the potential impacts for both employers and possibly PEPR member employees in terms of contributions. At this point, I'll pass it to both Fritzy and David to go over our results of the study.
Hey. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Fritzy Archuleta, CalPERS team member. Today's discussion, like Scott said, will largely be a review of what we did in September. Oh, I'm sorry, next slide. Thank you. So topics of discussion for today are the review of the experience study and why we do it, what our recommendations are, the overall cost impacts, PEPRA impacts, and next steps. For your convenience, many of the graphics not included in today's presentation, but included in the September presentation, have been repeated in the appendix. Okay, so why do we do an experience study? In order to assign costs to the system, actuaries must make assumptions about what's going to happen in the future. So using these assumptions, we calculate our best estimate of what the expected costs will be. It is important to note that these assumptions only determine the expected costs for the system. And as time goes on, to the extent that our estimates are different from the actual experience, adjustments will need to be made to our contribution rates. These assumptions play an important role in shaping the funded status, required employer contributions, and also PEPRA member contributions. The assumptions are also used to determine actuarial equivalent factors when members retire or purchase service credit. In order to keep pension contribution rates as stable as possible, we make every effort not to overstate or understate any assumption, as it is better to collect contributions attributable to each generation. To keep up with the times, we review our assumptions every 4 years, and the last study was completed in 2021. So what sorts of things do we look at? There are two types of assumptions. There are economic assumptions and non-economic assumptions. On the economic side, we have the long-term investment return, which in turn turns into the discount rate, and then we have inflation. On the non-economic side, and this is not an all-inclusive list, but this is probably the big hitters, we look at pay increases, longevity, which is mortality, retirement rates, termination rates, disabilities. So all of these assumptions are very important for the system, but because the discount rate is so impactful on its own and the costs, we had its own study, and you guys heard about that yesterday and voted on it in the investment committee meeting. So I want to make a note that all the numbers that Mr. Clement will go over shortly do not account for any changes to the discount rate. Okay, and with that, I will pass it over to him.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Dave Clement, Team Actuary. Now let's look at the recommendations. This slide shows a summary of the recommended demographic assumptions for retirement and mortality. Most assumptions had minimal changes. However, we are recommending lower disability rates, industrial disability rates for sheriffs. This slide shows a summary of recommended demographic assumptions for termination, salary scale, and marriage. We are recommending minimal changes to most assumptions. The most impactful demographic assumption change was the salary scale. There were higher and moderate increases above our previous assumptions for all categories except state, industrial, and schools. And there was no changes to the marriage assumptions. This slide shows a summary of the recommended economic assumptions. As was discussed yesterday, the discount rate was unchanged at 6.8%. We recommend increasing the inflation rate from 2.3% to 2.5%, and the wage inflation from 2.8% to 3%. However, we are keeping the payroll growth assumption at 2.8%. While performing this experience study, we hired Gallagher and Company under a letter of engagement to perform a peer review of our assumptions. They reviewed our proposed economic and demographic assumptions and concluded that they were reasonable and were developed in accordance with generally accepted actuarial principles. Next slide, it's not going. Oh, here we go. Now let's take a look at the cost impacts. For public agencies, here is a range of employer contribution rate impacts based on the benefit formula the employer offers. For example, if your agency offers a 2% at 60 benefit to its members, you would likely see an increase of anywhere between 0.1 and 0.9% to your rate for the next 20 years. The median change is also displayed for your reference. The median refers to the point where half the numbers are above and half are below. So again, for 2% at 60 plans, half of them will see an increase above 0.3%, while the other half will see a rate increase below 0.3%. You see the bottom rows, 2 rows, correspond to the PEPRA formulas. Anytime we make changes to the assumptions, the changes could trigger a change to the PEPRA member rates. The next section will display those results. This chart shows the estimated impact to the state due to the proposed assumptions. As an example, the total change to the rate for miscellaneous Tier 1 will be 1.6%. There will be a permanent increase of 0.9%, for example, the normal cost, while the UAL change refers to the UAL change that is amortized over 20 years. Before we move on to the PEPRA impacts, here's a chart disclosing the impacts to the funded ratio of the system. As a reminder, the funded ratio is simply the ratio of plan assets to plan liabilities. The proposed assumption changes cause the liabilities for the system as a whole to go up slightly. We estimate the impact of the assumption change as a reduction of about 0.3% as of June 30th, 2024. The 79% funded ratio reported in June 30, 2025 return would be slightly reduced to 78.6%. Now I'll hand it back over to Fritzy to discuss the PEPRA impacts.
Thank you, Dave. Okay, so PEPRA impacts. So should you adopt the recommended assumption changes, we anticipate that some PEPRA member rates will be impacted. This slide shows how many plans we estimate will see a PEPRA member rate change and the corresponding number of active members that will be impacted. These estimates are all based on June 30th, 2024 data. So you can see from the chart, I'm looking at now the middle row. Those are all the plans that are going to see or estimate to see an increase in their member contribution rate. You can see from the chart that only 9 miscellaneous plans will likely see an increase in their PEPRA member rate. Whereas on the safety side, you have 2/3 of plans that will see an increase to their member rates. Okay, so next steps. So some next steps, we are recommending that you vote to approve the assumption changes prescribed by our actuarial office. If you approve the assumption changes, they will go into effect beginning the June 30th, 2025 valuations. The 2025 valuation sets the 26-27 contribution rate for the state and school plans and the 27-28 contribution rates for public agencies. In addition, all retirements and service credit purchases on or after 11/20/2025 will be using the new assumptions. So this concludes the prepared remarks of the presentation. We'd be happy to answer any of the questions, but if I can also take a moment like Janie to say thank you to the team. This started in the actuarial office, and it really is our entire office working on this above and beyond our normal workload. But on top of that, behind the scenes, we are working with IT, disability, retirements, and service credit purchases teams to verify and make sure that we're all ready to flip the switch should the vote go the way that we are recommending. And so I just wanted to say thank you. And with that, I will open it up to questions.
Thank you so much. There we go. Let me start with Mr. Rubalcaba.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very good presentation and very good report. I know we discussed a lot of the demographic and economic changes in the last meeting, so I won't repeat all the questions that now are more clear to me. But I do want to comment. Your staff and this board made a great decision to change go to generational mortality a couple of years ago, and then the weighted benefit, this I think reflects more accurately our experience with our members. So I thank you for that, and I'm glad we're moving up to updating the mortality table. And on the assumptions proposed, I commend you for making the assumptions necessary to be realistic going forward, but keeping the discount rate at the same amount. So there's minimal impact. I'll say minimal, but it mitigates any impact on the employers and members as much as possible. Although, because as you mentioned, there will be some impact. So my question is, how is the change in the contribution rates communicated both to the members and to the employers?
Sure. So we're actually working with public affairs to get the word out. We have a couple of articles drafted if this change does go through, and it talks about what changes to expect in contribution rates. We also have something on our website for PEPRA members and employers, even letters that they can draft to help notify their members if their member rates are changing. And then, of course, on the employer side, we always have Pension Outlook, starting probably December 1st. We believe that that will be ready to incorporate any changes to employer contribution rates. It'll just be like a radial button that they can click to say, see what the impact is, like it was last time. And so we're getting ready. We just have to flip the switch.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And then my other question is, I was pleased that Gallagher agreed that it was very reasonable, very well done experience report. And I commend you for that. But just so they don't be nitpick at us on this code of professional conduct, please make sure that the actuary signs the report next time. Thank you. It's something to be proud of. Thank you. If there's no more questions, I'd like to move to adopt the, okay, sorry.
I got one more, Mr. Pacheco.
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for your presentation and your analysis. I want to go back to page 12 of 42 on the impact on the proposed assumptions for the contribution rates for the state. And with respect to the peace officers and firefighter plans and the CHP, I noticed those are really high. I just want to understand the genesis of how that came about relative to the other ones that the other changes, total changes.
Do you have the information? I know about CHP, but.
Not quite.
So I can answer the question about CHP. I know that we've been monitoring their salary a lot over the last couple of experience studies, and we do notice that them in particular across the state are higher. And so we have a little bit of a higher increase embedded into that salary scale. You know, the assumptions at which we assume their salaries are going to go up, because we have been noticing over the last 8 years that they're somewhat higher. As far as the peace officers, I'm not sure if I have. We could go back and take that as an action item on the peace officers. We don't have that information right in front of us.
No worries at all.
Yeah.
And the second question is on page 15 of 42 on the effective PEPRA member contribution rates. As you mentioned, for the miscellaneous plans, it's only about nine plans. But for the safety plans, it's almost like you mentioned, 2/3, 551 plans. How many? I mean, I know that over time, PEPRA has been increasing, and we have more members in the system, and we're getting them more and more as every year. How is that? How do you see this happening? Do you feel this is going to change more?
So this data is as of 2024. I do think that probably about 2/3 of how many ever PEPRA members we have will see an increase. It all just depends on, what their employer offers as far as benefits. We know in particular, because we're increasing that inflation assumption, that any plan that offers anything higher than a 2% COLA, which is the base, and there's only about 5% of plans that do that, but any of those plans will definitely see an increase, and they're on the larger side.
Okay.
But no, as far as like these numbers, I mean, I think that the ratio is probably about right. About 2/3 of plans will see it, and 60% of actual members. Right. Right, and Dave just pointed out that safety plans do have a higher normal cost in general. So when you get that kind of compounding going on, it's easier for them to have that trigger of that 1%.
And that's inherited in their demographics because of that.
It's not just, it's their benefits as well. They're just a lot more expensive than the miscellaneous ones in a lot of cases, especially the 3 at 50, which is what most of our safety classics are at.
I see. Well, that's the classic, but for the PEPRA,
Oh, right. It's the same thing, though. The expense is a lot more than what the miscellaneous is.
Oh, I see. I understand. Okay, very good then.
Yep.
And then the other last, let me just give one more thing. And then just one more thing. I know there's an observation. I know that we were just dealing with the state and with the safety. What about the school experience? When is that? When do we evaluate that?
So that is also evaluated in this study. Let me go back and see. I think, yes, so at the very bottom there, do you see the school plan?
I see.
That was also evaluated in this
So
study.
it is, so it's actually the smallest increase.
Correct.
And that's because of it's the way it's structured, because it's pooled. I mean, we have a pooled.
I think that, it's partly due to demographics, but also due to the benefits that they offer. I think it's 2 at 55, and I'm pretty sure they have a 2% COLA, correct? Dave, did you want to add anything on the school stuff?
On the state plans here, the state industrial and schools had salary increases less than what we expected.
Yeah.
So that was the big difference here.
So on the demographic side, salary is probably, one of the biggest contributing factors, right?
I get it now. That's excellent. And that's all my questions. Thank you very much. Appreciate it very much, what you've done.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rubalcaba.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move to adopt the new actuarial assumptions as reported in the experience study produced by this excellent CalPERS actuarial staff and financial office.
I have a motion by Mr. Rubalcaba and a second by Mr. Pacheco. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? There we go, passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Archuleta, Mr. Clement, and Mr. Toronto. Great report. And again, share my thanks with the staff. I cannot say enough about our staff. So that brings us to 5D. Ms. Nix.
Thank you, Chair Palkey. The annual discharge of accounts receivable. This is an annual report that we provide to you every year. And I've invited Kim Malm up because her team works closely with ours. They do a majority of the investigative work before the write-offs happen. So I will turn it over to Kim to talk about the receivables.
Great. Thank you, Michele. Kim Malm, CalPERS team member. Last November, I reported to the Finance Committee that we discharged $6.3 million as part of a cleanup project of almost 3,600 cases that were past the statute of limitations. As you know, overpayments can occur in several areas, including refund overpayments, retirement benefit overpayments, but our largest overpayments are when death occurs and is not reported timely. The statute of limitations for refund and retirement benefit overpayments are 3 years. It's 10 years for the death overpayments. I've shared the new steps we're implementing to collect on those overpayments more timely. Today, I thought I'd give you an update on our progress. First, we automated manual processes to ensure overpayments are addressed and to support our team's collection activities. Our system, MyCalPERS, sends out letters called dunning letters, 30, 60, 90-day intervals. Additionally, we now notify our financial office collections unit under Michele at day 120, and they make contact with the estate. We implemented automation utilizing the system to transfer money from benefits payable in their account to offset the overpayments, which minimizes the amount owed and in some cases eliminated the amount owed in full. To further enhance our collection efforts, we implemented the Franchise Tax Board Intercept program. This program allows us to collect outstanding payments by intercepting taxes for up to 3 years on CalPERS benefits. Or at CalPERS' behalf. So far, this effort has collected over $87,000, and we are now using the FTB program for all of our overpayment collection efforts. We also partnered with an external legal and collections firm to assist with non-responsive liable parties, including those outside of California. Through this partnership, we've recovered almost $115,000. In addition to these recovery efforts, we've also focused on 2 other key initiatives that I've presented to you guys throughout the year. First being the benefit verification or Alive and Well program and SoCure death verification. We transitioned from an every other year benefit verification cycle to an annual cycle. This process supplements our death matches by SoCure. This year alone, the benefit verification project identified 366 deaths for a total of $3.7 million in overpayments, and we've collected $2 million so far, which is about 77%. Additionally, SoCure's death verification since implementation in June of 2024 has identified 626 deaths for a total of $6.4 million of overpayments, and we have collected $5.2 million so far, so over 81%. For retirement overpayments, we also developed a reporting tool to identify data anomalies and potential errors, providing early notification for additional reviews to ensure retirement benefit calculations are accurate and prevent future overpayments. To ensure we stay on top of our progress, we've introduced new tracking tools for overpayment processes. These tools now allow us to monitor the total amount of overpayments and track how our collection efforts are going. I'm pleased to report that today, with the efforts we put in place the last 2 years, we've collected over $172 million in overpayments. This continues to validate that by collecting these overpayments immediately, we have a much better chance of getting money back into the fund. It's a testament to the hard work and dedication of our team, as well as the effectiveness of the processes we put in place. In closing, we remain committed to minimizing overpayments and improving our collection efforts. That concludes my comments. Mr. Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for that report. I am not seeing any questions. I do want to say that even though this is sort of a sombering topic, I honestly and truly thank you for all the work that you do. I've gone to multiple conferences where a lot of this work is done out of house, and I'm glad that we're able to contain costs in-house. But every dollar that we're able to bring back into the fund, that's a benefit to our members and our employers. So I truly thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you. Thanks to the team.
Oh, I do have a question. Ms. Taylor.
I actually do not have a question, but I'd like to thank Ms. Malm for calling out my agency for your helping collect. There's a reason my agency is known as the collection agency for the state of California, but thank you.
Yep, we appreciate that $87,000. Thank you.
And with that, this is a action item. So I have a motion from Mr. Pacheco.
Second.
And a second by Ms. Middleton. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it. Thank you so much. That brings us to our item 6, information agenda items. Ms. Nix.
Thank you, Kevin Palky. I'm going to turn it over to Emily to present the semi-annual plan financial report for the health plan.
All right, if my chair works. All right, sorry. Sorry, apologize for the technical thing. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Emily Zong, CalPERS team member. This is agenda item 6A, semi-annual health plan financial report. This report is provided to the committee twice a year as part of the monitoring and reporting process for healthcare fund, which include health plan account balances, actual reserve amount, and surpluses or deficits for the health plan sub-account. This semi-annual report provided financial performance for the PPO and flex fund HMO as of June 2025 this time. Next slide, please. Before going through the healthcare fund status update, I want to share the recent improvement we've seen on the PPO program. This graph shows the history for PPO fund balance to actuarial ratio for the past 5 years. As a reminder, our healthcare fund reserve policy provide a framework for maintaining the appropriate reserve for the PPO plan. When the fund balance is less than 90% of actual reserve, a premium surcharge may be considered to help replenish the fund. If the fund balance is at or above 90% of actuarial reserve, no action is needed. So in this graph, the dashed line indicate the 90% benchmark of actuarial reserve needed for 2025. As shown on the graph, there has been a research funding shortfall for our PPO plans in 2021. That year, the fund balance fell below 90% of actuarial reserves and continued to decrease through 2023. This was mainly due to a combination of premium buy-down for plan year 2020 to 2022 and the unexpected high healthcare costs for a couple of years post-COVID. After a few years of premium surcharge, the ratio has increased to 66% as of June 2025. We expect the PPO fund status will continue to improve through the end of 2025, and optimistically speaking, likely to reach the 90% of reserve level in 2026. So depending on the year-end 2025 status, we may be able to remove or at least reduce the PPO premium surcharge starting from 2027 premium. Next slide, please. Here we have the recent healthcare fund performance for the HMO Basic and PPO Medicare and Basic plans. Starting with HMO Basic plan, the estimated fund balance as of June 2025 was $278 million. The next column shows the HMO Basic estimated claim liability of $111 million, with the last column showing the surplus of $167 million. This is the $39 million improvement from the end of 2024. On the PPO side, starting with Basic plan, the estimated fund balance was, as of June 2025, was $437 million. We estimated liability and required actuarial reserve level of $589 million for a fund status of $152 million below the fully reserved level, or $93 million below 90% of reserve. For the PPO Medicare plan, the estimated fund balance as of June 2025 was $84 million. After required actuarial reserve of $196 million, the fund status for PPO Medicare plans was $112 million below the fully reserved level, or $92 million below 90% of reserve. The overall PPO status improved by about $147 million from the end of 2024. As mentioned in the previous slide, the fund balance to actuarial reserve ratio improved from 38% at the end of 2024 to 66% in June 2025. I'll go through some detail for the basic and PPO plan performance in the next couple of slides. For basic plan in April, we reported that the basic PPO was $355 million below the fully reserved level as of the end of 2024. As more claim has been processed, the updated status improved by $100 million, which is $259 million below the fully reserved level. In the first half of 2025, there was about $42 million increase in the fund balance related to medical experience. The PPO Basic members satisfied their annual deductible earlier in the year, so medical costs are lower in the first half of the year and are anticipated to increase in the second half of the year. There was a small gain of $10 million due to pharmacy experience as well. The PPO Basic premium includes surcharge of 4% in platinum and 5% in gold to replenish the PPO reserve. We have collected about $55 million in the first 6 months of 2025. The overall basic PPO fund status improved by $107 million from the end of 2024, bringing the total fund status to $152 million below the fully reserved level, or $93 million below 90% of reserve as of June 2025. Moving on to Medicare, in April, we reported that the PPO Medicare was $152 million below fully reserved status as of the end of 2024. There is no change on the updated fund status. So in 2025, there was about $2 million decrease in fund balance due to seasonality. The PPO Medicare claim pattern is normally higher in the beginning of the year and decrease later in the year. This is because the plan covered the Medicare deductible for our members, and as the deductible is satisfied, the medical costs decrease. There was also $42 million increase in fund balance for pharmacy-related experience. mainly due to lower than expected pharmacy claim and a little bit higher than expected rebate that we received. The overall PPO Medicare fund status improved by about $40 million since the end of 2024, and bringing the fund balance $112 million below the fully reserved level, or $92 million below 90% of reserve. Next slide, please. So looking forward, with the premium surcharge approved by the board for the PPO premium for both plan year 2025 and 26, we expect the PPO fund status will continue to improve. And additionally, we have implemented other ways to improve the PPO program. On the medical side, there's a new 5-year contract from 2025 to 2029. This new contract has significant performance guarantee to ensure Blue Shield of California, and included how are financially responsible for keeping costs at or below the agreed upon threshold. On the pharmacy side, we have a new contract with CVS, which also has strong performance guarantee to CVS to control costs. That contract will begin in January 2026. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any question.
Thank you so much. I am not seeing any questions, so again, thank you for the report. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
That brings us to our last information item, Modernizing Investment Data and Technology Update. Ms. Nix.
Thank you, Chair Palkey. I'm going to invite the investment team up here to present on the modernization project.
I'm not sitting there just because of the chair. Perfect. Hi, Chair. Hi, board members. My name is Rob Patterson, CalPERS team member. I lead the Investment Technology and Performance Analytics Group, and I'm also joined today with Jen Hafner, who is leading the initiative that we're here to provide an update on today. So as we move on to kind of the topic of conversation today, this is an update. We're not asking any action today. What I'm really pleased to share is that all of the activities that we set in motion, that we committed to do when we were here in April, are on track. So we're on track as it pertains to budget, as it pertains to scope, and also timeline. And also, given that those things are on track, we're not seeking a mid-year update, which is why that wasn't included in the materials that Michele and team shared earlier today. So we move on to the next slide. Before I get into a review of what we were looking to accomplish this year, I wanted to take a moment just to reorient us in terms of what we're looking to do. From an overall objective standpoint, the initiative is seeking to reduce operational complexity within the investment office, thereby kind of reducing operational risk. We also want to better leverage technology to increase operational efficiency, also giving time back to our investment team to better focus on investment outcomes through investment innovation. Really all of that in support also of the TPA conversations that we heard quite a bit about yesterday. In terms of the projects, you'll see some of them listed here. There's 4 that we're focused on. Project 1 is focused on total fund and capital markets. That is very much seeking to consolidate public equity and fixed income, as well as total fund management capabilities onto a single platform, very much enabling things like exposure monitoring and liquidity monitoring. Again, those activities in support of total fund, TPA, not only for the PERF, but also for management of the affiliate investment program of those funds. The second project focused on private markets is very much looking at making sure we have the tools that allow our investors in private equity, private credit, real estate, and infrastructure to be able to manage those investments. And it becomes increasingly important as we're increasing the allocation or having a larger allocation to private markets into the future. The third project is the data platform. This is one that will improve efficiencies. Again, it will also allow us to create a single source of information for reporting and analysis, and will also create the integration capabilities between the platforms delivered in the first 2 projects. The fourth project that you don't see listed here today, because it's not yet in progress is that of internal application development. We've pushed that further down the timeline, that timeline being in the appendix, because we want to first make sure that what we deliver is focused on leveraging commercial applications first, that we're delivering by way of the first two projects, and we'll focus on filling any gaps of those systems when it becomes clear and when it's approved to do so. So with that background, let's take a moment to revisit what we wanted to achieve this year. As we're looking at mobilizing all of these activities, it's increasingly important that we move out of the posture of really building the case for the change and beyond the communication activities, and much more focusing on stakeholder engagement as we move through defining new processes and getting adoption of the system into the future. The second activity that we wanted to focus on was bringing on an independent firm to focus on observing us through the process in terms of the independent verification and validation activities. Did we deliver what we said we would, and did we do it well? Within total funding capital markets, we committed to completing the planning phase. That allowed us to define, or would allow us to define, what the overall implementation would be. It also then moved into defining what data we would need to be able to hydrate or to be able to kind of fill the system, generally that being market data. We then needed to work with our enterprise IT folks to build out the infrastructure so that we can access these core platforms. And then lastly, that we would begin implementation of that platform. Within the private markets effort, we needed to make sure that we completed an RFP so that we could ultimately select a vendor, and then we could begin or initiate the implementation planning phase in terms of what it would look like to implement that solution or solutions. And then lastly, we committed to standing up the data project. And that means defining a charter, defining a scope of what we wanted to do, and then mobilizing that team. So where are we today? As we move to the next slide, I'm really pleased with the work that the team has done. And when I say team, it is, of course, the investment office, but a lot of the work that we've done has required support from our enterprise peers. You'll see a lot of these updates relate to things like recruitment, which required support of our HR counterparts. When we think of some of the budget-related activities, that required support of the financial office, and also the financial office assisting in some of the reviews of the platforms as it pertains to their responsibilities. We look at ITSB and making sure that they're partnering with us and we're partnering with them to clarify responsibilities and also to build out the IT infrastructure. And so very much a collaboration in terms of the things that we're doing. And lastly, but not least, working with OSSD and the legal office to make sure we have the necessary procurement and contracting in place. So where we are from an overall initiative standpoint, we've onboarded a number of project resources, making sure that we had the right folks to be able to progress each one of the projects that I discussed on the prior slide. And that now leads us to the point that we're onboarding the IV&V vendor, again, to make sure we stay on track and that we deliver a quality solution. As we look to total funding capital markets, we're wrapping up a phase which is called clarification and design, or pre-implementation planning. And that really allows us to understand what specifically the system's going to do, where the gaps are, so we can begin implementation in the second half of this fiscal year, which we're on track to do. Private markets, as I mentioned, we completed an RFP. We're in the evaluation phase of that at this point, so things are progressing well there. And then lastly, on the data platform, we drafted the project charter, we formalized the project team, the project structure, we've had the initial steering committee kickoff, we're bringing together the project team in the upcoming weeks, and then really focusing on building out that project team. So as we move to the next slide, I wanted to give an update, since this is Finance and Admin Committee, on where we are with the budget. Just to orient yourself to what we're looking at here, the blue lines that we're looking at, the $10 million last year and the $38 million this year, were the approved funds for this initiative and all the projects that I've mentioned. As we look to the right, years 26, 27, beyond, those are the estimates that we have at this point. Those are informed by work that we did a couple of years ago with McKinsey. They've also been informed by some recent RFI work that we've done. Those remain reasonable, they're informed, and as we move from the implementation planning phase into the implementation phase, For each one of the projects, we will improve those estimates, and we'll come back with any kind of revisions that we have in this forum. Where are we? In terms of last year's spent, we spent $5.4 million of the $10 million that was approved. The reason we underspent was really because we started a couple of months late in terms of the body work. As we're looking at the spend this year, we're very much on track. We look to spend right about what we've estimated, which means, or is consistent with us being on track from a scope and timeline perspective. Again, we'll come back in April with additional estimates for the next fiscal year. So as we look at returning, we've been providing, we'll continue to provide updates in IC as informational items. We'll return here in April and also November next year with any budget requests. And then as things arise, we'll make sure that you're aware of any concerns or challenges that we're experiencing that require your attention. So with that, I'll pause and we'll open it up for any questions that you guys have.
Thank you so much for that report. And I appreciate you staying on track and staying within budget. I know that the inflation is not easy when it comes to procuring items, so I appreciate staying within that budget. Mr. Pacheco.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Patterson, for your work and for the update. I really do appreciate this, and to me, this is kind of it hits home to me because this is my job. This is what I do as a IT professional. So I'd like to ask you about the on page 4, the data platform. You mentioned you completed the project charter and established the governance process. Is that the roles and responsibilities? Is that that area?
It is. I'll start, and if Jen has anything she wants to add, we can do that.
That'd be awesome.
So in terms of roles and responsibilities, that would first be as it pertains to who has decision authority. We've set it up so that there are sponsors of that project that are able to provide recommendations that ultimately go to our executive team for ratification or for approval. The sponsors at the executive level remain Marcy and Stephen Gilmore. And then from a composition of the team, building out between the investment office, between ITSB as an example, who's responsible for what? We want to make sure that it's very clear that folks are set up to succeed, and we believe that to do so, they need to have clear sets of responsibilities and accountability. And so that's been defined, as well as the scope of what we're looking to achieve in terms of the core data platform and the governance around it as it pertains to kind of future support. Jen, anything you'd want to add?
Yeah, the one thing that I would add at the initiative level, we have an initiative charter that governs all of the projects that are underneath it. So this new charter that was approved for the data project or project 3 flows up also into all of that oversight that's been discussed on the initiative level.
That's excellent.
Yeah.
And that falls under the umbrella of the steering committee, right?
Correct.
So and that steering committee is already underway and doing what it's supposed to be doing. That's wonderful.
Yeah, we were just meeting weekly. So since we met with you last in April, we've had more than 20 meetings on this topic just to remain organized and focused.
That's excellent. That is actually excellent. My next question is on the private markets, that same page. You mentioned that you had evaluated the RFP responses, but also drafting the case studies, the business case studies. How is that going? What's the status of those business cases?
So I would describe it as very much focused on the use cases that need to be addressed. And so those use cases were described actually last fiscal year. Right. And we defined those so that we could subsequently evaluate the vendors during the RFP. And now as we're narrowing that selection process or narrowing to the selection of a specific vendor, we're able to confirm that they can or cannot deliver on our core requirements.
Oh, excellent. And that is very that's very good. And then you mentioned in your remarks, you mentioned you had not introduced the internal applications process. You are still, if I recall our discussion about this, creating in-house applications have inherited issues. And so trying to find a vendor that could do the out-of-the-box solutions Is that still a priority? And is that incorporated in the governance documentation?
It is, and the hierarchy that we have defined is first large-scale core commercial applications. Second would be integrated commercial applications that we can license. And third would be only when required and to meet CalPERS-specific investment needs, would we do any development of applications. That, and again, that would have to go through its own governance process to make sure it's approved and also overseen along the way.
No, that's excellent, because trying to move away from internal in-house applications, there are really a lot. First of all, how would you take care of it? I mean, there's even the institutional knowledge around that. Having out-of-the-box solutions is definitely, and I'm glad that you've incorporated that governance and that particular thing within the selection process of the vendor. Other than that, I do want to mention, I do appreciate the budget. You're under budget right now, and you are anticipating that you will be able to spend the 38 million next fiscal year on plan. So thank you so much for that. Those are my questions.
Ms. Middleton.
Mr. Chair, thank you. And to both of you and all of your team members, thank you for this effort. Having in a prior career been involved in some massive IT reformation projects, I've got a very small sense of the undertaking that you have before you. My question would be the feasibility of bringing members of the committee or members of the board into the investment office and giving us an opportunity at some point in time to see firsthand what it is that you're undertaking, and to spend time with the actual users and be able to get a presentation on what the prior systems look like and what it is that you're actually taking and providing to them, so that not just simply that we've got a better understanding, but over the next 24 months, we're going to spend an enormous amount of money on this project. And if there are things that we need to be intervening at the board level on, I think we need a better sense, I know I do, of when is the right times to be intervening in those questions and decisions. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't have any other requests for questions. So again, thank you so much for your presentation. That brings us to a summary of committee direction.
Yes, if it pleases the chair to use this as a committee direction, I noted that we want to identify the reason for the peace officers' rate increases from the actuarial office.
I would think that would be appropriate. Okay. So thank you. And I do not have any requests for public comment. So while I get the microphone, I'm going to take a minute here for a personal privilege to thank my committee for the work that we did and the team that put everything together. The ALM process is not an easy process. So I truly want to thank everybody involved. And I do want to thank Mr. Pacheco for his contribution to the committee as well, and wish you the best in your future endeavors. And with that, that brings us to a close. And 10 minutes? Yeah, so 10 minutes, and we'll rejoin for pension and health. Thank you. Sorry, 10:30.
10:30.
Yeah.
14. Good morning, everybody. We'll call the Pension and Health Benefits Committee to order, please. And the first order of business is the roll call. Call to
Ramon
order.
Rubalcaba,
Present.
Kevin Palkey. Good morning. Deborah Gallegos from Malia Cohen.
Here.
Nicole Griffith for Monica Erickson.
Good morning.
David Miller.
Here.
Jose Luis Pacheco. Teresa Taylor.
Here.
Yvonne Walker. Melissa Willett.
Thank you, everybody. Now we'll proceed to the item number 2, executive report. Don Moulds and Kim Malm, please.
Good morning, Kim Malm, CalPERS team. I wanted to give you a few updates from the customer services branch. I'll start with a wrap-up of open enrollment calls to the call center. Last time I briefed you, we were in the middle of open enrollment, which ended in October. During this 4-week period, we received nearly 112,000 calls. I appreciate all the hard work of the call center agents and all lines of management that were taking these calls. Next, as of yesterday, November 17th, we implemented multi-factor authentication for our employers. Our members have been using this security feature for some time now. Multi-factor authentication adds an extra layer of protection, enhancing data security and safeguarding sensitive information for both the employers and the members. It also ensures that we're following industry standard best practices for cybersecurity. As you may recall from my September update, I mentioned that we launched an effort to boost My CalPERS member self-service registrations in July. I thought I would share that we've increased total registrations by almost 40,000, approximately 32,000 of them from active members and 1,500 from retirees. And if you're doing the math, the remainder is from beneficiaries and inactives. The campaign aims to highlight how creating a My CalPERS account makes it easy to manage your benefits anytime and adds an extra layer of protection against fraud. To make regional office appointments more efficient and valuable for our members, we've updated our contact center procedures. Now our call center agents verify whether members have a My CalPERS account, and if they don't, guide them through creating one with clear instructions and a helpful link. There's more to come on this project, and I will keep you updated as the metrics progress. Also, in my September update, I mentioned that we were introducing a retiree class webinar. This post-retirement webinar is scheduled for December 9th. It will cover topics to help retirees prepare for the upcoming year. We'll discuss changes taking place in the health plans, the deduction changes, cost of living or COLA updates, and such as the timing of the COLA update, the process, when it'll be posted to our website, when to expect it in their warrant, and address other important topics such as beneficiary designations, power of attorney documents, working after retirement rules, and when they can expect their 1099-Rs. Registration is now open, and to date, we have over 2,200 signed up for this webinar, and there are little half-page flyers in the back of the room for people to pick up if they wanted to take one and use the QR code to register. Moving on to some of our other training, we launched a new virtual class in October, preparing for regional office visits. This video has nearly 12,000 views and is available on YouTube. We also recently held Funding Your Retirement Future virtual classes on November 4th and 5th, and it was a successful event with over 900 attendees. Next, let me just give you a quick update on our CalPERS benefit education events. Our next virtual event will take place on March 4th and 5th, and registration will open in February. Our next planned in-person CB is in Monterey on January 9th and 10th, and registration opened today for that event. Other planned CBs for 2026 are Anaheim on April 10th and 11th, and Reading for June 5th and 6th. In closing, I'd like to ask for a moment of personal privilege, Mr. Chair. Please. I am pleased to introduce Thor Dunn, the new Division Chief of the Customer Experience Division, also known as our Contact Center. He joined the CSS team at the beginning of October, and he has spent over 25 years with California Department of Tax and Fee Administration and Board of Equalization's call center, the last 5 years acting as the Customer Service Chief of CDTFA. His expertise in running a call center and implementing a Gen AI tool will be instrumental in ensuring the future success of our services to CalPERS members. Thor is also a veteran from the Marines and retired from the Air Force Reserves in 2013. I'd like to have him stand and be recognized.
Thank you. If I could just, since it's November, I want to say thank you, and veterans say thank you for your service and welcome to CalPERS. We look forward to your service here.
Thank you. It's good for you.
That concludes my comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions or turn it over to Mr. Moulds.
Done.
All right. Mr. Rubalcava, members of the committee, I have a handful of updates for you today. On October 28th, we delivered the Health Benefits Program annual report for the 2024 plan year to the California Legislature and the Director of Finance. Every year, the report provides an overview of the health program's performance and impact on our members. Throughout the report, you'll find information about different health plan offerings, including benefit design changes and medical spend and utilization trends. It's available on our website for anyone who is interested. We hope you find the report informative and a valuable resource. I'd like to thank as well CalPERS team members who contributed to the development and delivery of the report. Next, one of the conditions of receiving CalPERS retiree coverage is that annuitants age 65 and older must apply for Medicare Parts A and B to remain enrolled in the CalPERS health plan. Most members can apply for Medicare online. However, some must schedule an in-person or phone appointment with the Social Security Administration to complete their application. During the government shutdown, some members reported delays in securing appointments, as well as delays in the processing of their applications. We are encouraging any member who has encountered delays of either type to reach out to CalPERS through the call center or via secure message in their My CalPERS account. For members who have faced delays, we will be offering a 60-day extension as needed. This ensures that no one will lose their coverage while waiting for their appointment or for processing. We will continue to monitor the situation and adjust the timelines as needed. I wanted to let you all know that last month I had the honor of testifying in front of the U.S. Senate Committee on Aging about some of the innovative work CalPERS is doing to address the cost of health care. Specifically, the committee was interested in learning about the various iterations of our reference pricing program, which creates incentives for our PPO members to have elective medical procedures like hip and knee replacements done at high-quality, lower-cost facilities, and provides benefits such as covering the cost of travel for those who do. Over the last decade, we've extended the program to cover more than 12 different procedures, and last year the board approved the extension of the reference pricing concept to our new member incentives for labs program, which waives cost sharing for members who have their lab work done at LabCorp or Quest, where we have negotiated very competitive pricing rather than at high-cost hospital-affiliated labs. The hearing included Mark Cuban, who discussed his online pharmacy Cost Plus Drugs, and Jean Lambrew, who ran the White House Office of Health Reform during the Obama administration. It's on the Senate's website if anyone is interested in viewing it. Last, I want to share a progress report on the transition to our new pharmacy benefits manager, CVS Caremark, which goes into effect on January 1st. Since we talked last about this in September, we have had a relatively smooth open enrollment thanks to the efforts of both the CalPERS and CVS teams. To help support our members, the CVS website contains a variety of information such as the new formulary, excluded drugs, and other details, so members have the ability to verify the status of their specific medication. They also have the option to call CVS and talk with a CVS agent about the transition and get answers to their specific questions. And of course, they can always call CalPERS. Member communications have started going out and will continue through the end of the year. This includes mailings to members impacted by a formulary change and those taking specialty medications. Additionally, we've updated our website with estimated mailing dates and all of the various letters coming out, as well as the new ID cards, which are targeted for mailing by our health plans. I will note that last month our Medicare members did receive a letter from our current PBM, OptumRx, that left some of them with the impression that they were losing their drug coverage. While it was a CMS-required notice, it could have been communicated more clearly. As we have pushed out through our website and through stakeholder meetings and other communications, drug coverage for all of our members will be continuous. No CalPERS members will have any lapse in coverage during the transition. As we approach the new year and our new partnership with CVS, we remain committed to supporting our members through this transition. Many thanks to all involved for making this as smooth as possible for our members. That includes my remarks, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Moulds. Any questions from the committee? Thank you for the update, and it's good to know. We do have President Taylor, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Don, and Kim, for your presentation. Congratulations, Thor. On your new position, and welcome to CalPERS. So, Don, I had a question. So we did experience some delays for Medicare, but it has kind of been taken care of, and
we've had a few reports. We talked to CMS, who said there shouldn't be any. We are erring on the side of caution, and we have pushed out this information in all of the usual channels to make it clear to our members that if they encounter any delays, we will work with them. So the standard response for someone who's experienced a delay will be to give them a 60-day extension to go through the process of registering for Medicare Parts A and Part B. If we need to extend that further, we will do that, obviously.
You'll notify people if it needs to be made, their time frame needs to start earlier, basically?
Yeah, we're just going to, they will call in and let us know. We will offer them the extension, and if for whatever reason that isn't sufficient time, we'll work with them to make sure that they're properly enrolled.
Okay, because I did run into a few employees before this, actually, that was having trouble with Medicare anyway, so I just wanted to make sure. So I love the fact that you went to a Senate hearing regarding reference pricing, but didn't we used to be already working with CMS on reference pricing? I'm a little confused.
So reference pricing is a program we've implemented ourselves. It's about a decade old.
Right.
we've had various iterations of the program. We had a major update in 2018 where we extended it to about 13 new procedures.
Right.
And then the member incentives for labs program was a little over a year ago now.
Okay, so that's what basically you were in there talking to the Senate about? Okay.
The committee was interested in direct to consumer type programs where consumer incentives are used. We talked about the successes we've had with our reference pricing program. We made it clear that we did not think that all of the woes of the U.S. healthcare system were solvable through consumer incentives, which is an important point. And we talked a little bit about some of the other things. I talked a little bit about some of the other things that we're doing at CalPERS.
Okay, great. I just, congratulations. Thank you very much. I actually heard from somebody that they saw you and was very happy that you represented us. So, thank you.
Thank you, President Taylor. Trustee Pacheco.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Moulds, and thank you, Ms. Mall, and also, sir, thank you for your service as well. Don, I wanted to ask you a question regarding the CVS Caramart, that issue. In terms of the in terms of the communication of the information, have you been communicating that like in other languages, for instance, Spanish? Is it availability to?
I'm going to let Rob give you specific details about availability in other languages.
Yes.
Hi, good morning. Rob Drzombeck, CalPERS team member. So upon request, all the information is available in additional languages. So the initial notifications will go out in English, but if a member would like it in a different language, they're able to request that.
And they're able to, when they're able to call, they're able to talk to someone.
Yes. So the CVS call center has been up starting with open enrollment, and so they remain open for our members now through the end of the contract, the current contract, and so they can call anytime and submit their request to CVS directly.
Perfect. And in terms of the specialty drugs and so forth, how has that been going?
So the specialty drugs, those letters are being geared up to be sent out next week. And so this is where we're working with Optum to transition all that information over to CVS so they know who is taking which medications. Mm-hmm. And the letters are teed up to go out next week. The letters will go out to both the member as well as their prescriber, so both entities know what's happening, and especially if they're impacted by a formulary change.
Oh, excellent then. So both the provider and the member will know exactly what's happening.
Correct.
And then with respect to that, is it going to be a seamless transition then to move to the CVS Caramart?
Yes, so that is our hope. That's been our charge all along. This is CalPERS' choice to choose a different PBM, not a member's choice. So we do want to make this as smooth as possible, as Don said. So that is where members don't typically need to take any action. The small percentage of members who are impacted by a formulary change, we're outreaching to them and their prescriber, as I said, to make that transition.
And if there's a hiccup, they can just call the call center.
Absolutely. So the hiccups, if there's any hiccups, they can call CVS directly. They can also call us. We have ongoing meetings, regular meetings with all of the teams and all the health plans to make sure everyone is aware of what's changing and to address any issues that may arise.
Perfect. Thanks. That's all my questions. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee. Thank you, Don Moulds and Ms. Mall, for your presentation, and thank you, Rob, for weighing in. I have a request for public comment under this item. We usually don't have it under executive report, but because we didn't have the discussion before the clarity, I will proceed letting them speak. So we'll go with, and then I'll give the option to the speaker for 6B if she wants to speak also at this moment. So I can have Lisa Coley and Carl Williams and Nick Partita please come up. Sit up in front.
Thank you so much.
Please introduce yourself and you can proceed, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lisa Akawili, and I have been a CalPERS member for over 20 years. I work with Lawndale Elementary School District for over 30 years, and I work with Special Needs Department as an instructional assistant. For most of those years, I worked without health care. I was like 15 minutes a day from being eligible for benefits through my employer. For decades, I lived with the insecurity of not knowing whether I would be able to receive care or the decision to take care of my family's needs or take care of my own. But after a major health scare that almost actually took my life, I became a walking billboard for my employers to see that healthcare is not only a moral right, but was necessary for our paraprofessionals. So we fought, negotiated, and won the rights for quite a few of us in that classification. Because of my experiences with the healthcare system, I am here to stand in solidarity with the Kaiser employees fighting for a fair contract. We know what poor staffing looks like because the people that we serve, while I serve students, they serve patients. And they all deserve quality care. With staffing shortages, healthcare workers are being asked to handle more than their fair share of the work than they're getting paid for. More than they can handle and still provide quality care that each patient deserves. Kaiser workers are seeking fair wages, and with the prices of everything going up, including medical care, our healthcare workers deserve the same, and they also need to be caught up. It's our health and our lives at stake, and I want the people who are taking care of us to also to be able to take care of their families the way they do so many others. For Kaiser to invest in its workforce and not buy up more facilities across the country, healthcare workers are the cornerstone of delivering good care to patients, and that's where they should be investing their dollars at this time. Thank you so much for your time and the opportunity to speak before you today.
Thank you for your comments. Carl Williams, please.
Good morning. My name is Carl Williams, and I've worked with the Lawndale Elementary School District since 1994, first as a staff and later president of the Lawndale Federation of Classified Employees. I also serve as president of the CFT, Council of Classified Employees, and I'm a national vice president for the AFT, and I have been a beneficiary of CalPERS for 31 years. The members of our union are grateful to CalPERS and your work to provide us with a dignified, secure retirement and affordable and accessible health care. We know your track record is champion for your members. In that spirit, I ask that you send a strong message to Kaiser that our members, CalPERS members, need Kaiser to settle a fair contract with its workers so that we can continue to receive the access to high quality care for our members and our families. Kaiser workers are fighting for improved staffing and fair pay, and our members are affected. They have experienced delayed care due to chronic staffing shortages, leading to longer wait times, rescheduled appointments, and treatment delays. And we know that staffing shortages hurt quality, whether it's in the classroom or in an emergency room. Kaiser staffing shortages have led to their use of traveling nurses and contracting out work, which is also very costly and an inefficient Band-Aid. Selling a fair contract would fix this problem. The 5-day strike last month meant that my members had to reschedule appointments and struggle to get their medications filled. That's a huge disruption to the scheduling process because our members have to request time off months in advance and can't easily change those dates. Having to seek emergency care during a strike is a terrifying experience, and no one should have to go through that. Hearing that the labor disputes remain unresolved, with the bargaining not progressing, and more Kaiser workers in California with contracts expired, we are concerned about the future disruptions and other strikes this will create. And we know that this is avoidable with a profit margin 10% greater than Amazon. We know that Kaiser has the resources to settle the contract. No one is asking you all to mediate a labor dispute, but in your capacity as a healthcare purchaser, we are asking on behalf of the CFT's classified members across California, please send a clear message to Kaiser. Stop stalling. Bargain a fair contract that puts quality care first for my members and patients across the state of California, not Kaiser's excessive corporate profits. Thank you again for your work in advocating for public sector workers throughout California and your time and your attention to this very, very important issue.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, for your comments.
Thank you.
Nick Partida, please.
Good morning. Thank you to the chair, vice chair, and members of the committee for granting us time to speak. My name is Nick Partida. I am a registered nurse and a member of the United Nurses Association of California, Union of Healthcare Professionals. I've worked for Kaiser Permanente for over 10 years, most currently working as an emergency room nurse at Kaiser Permanente in the city of Irvine. UNAC HCP represents a broad range of healthcare professionals dedicated to patient care across California and Hawaii. Our 42,000 members include registered nurses, nurse practitioners, physician's assistants, pharmacists, optometrists, physical and occupational therapists, speech language pathologists, nurse midwives, social workers, case managers, clinical laboratory scientists, among many others. In total, UNAC UHCP represents professionals in more than 70 different job classifications, all committed to providing the highest quality care to our patients and communities. In the past, I was proud to work for an employer known for being labor-friendly. Through Kaiser's well-known labor management partnership, we used to resolve tough issues collaboratively before they escalated into disputes that could disrupt patient care. Unfortunately, under the current leadership, that has changed, and not for the better. Today, we're literally fighting just to have a guaranteed voice in how we care for our patients. That voice is one of our key bargaining priorities, along with fair wages that allow us to hire and retain the staff our patients need and depend on. That worker voice matters. It ensures that the people at the bedside, those who understand patients' needs best, can advocate for safe staffing levels and the highest quality care. Right now, Kaiser's pay proposals lag behind other area hospitals. They fail to keep pace with inflation and will only deepen our chronic staffing shortages. If this continues, we'll see fewer staff, longer wait times, and patients spending less time with their providers. At the end of the day, it all comes down to staffing. Kaiser can afford to do better. With profit margins exceeding 10%, it's fair to ask, where are those profits going? Because they're not showing up at the bedside. After months of bargaining with little progress, we were forced to strike for 5 days in October. Yet Kaiser continues to refuse meaningful compromise, creating the very real possibility of larger and more disruptive strikes ahead, when once again, patients will bear the brunt. Kaiser may claim that the impact of a strike is minimal or managed, but what they don't tell you is how frightening it can be for a patient in an understaffed hospital during a strike, when too few travel nurses are available, supplies are misplaced, routines are unfamiliar, or when patients urgently need a prescription refill only to find the pharmacy being closed. And what we've shared concerns you, please speak up to Kaiser on behalf of CalPERS members, our patients. Kaiser can settle. Their profitability proves that. They simply must choose to put patients, your members, before profit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I have two more speakers on the phone. Go ahead, please.
Yes, Chair Rubalcaba, we have Jeff Freitas with CFT to speak on agenda item 2. Jeff, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Thank you. This is Jeff Freitas, president of CFT. As stated, as you have heard from two of our members, we have many members who participate in the CalPERS healthcare through Kaiser, and we have many affiliates that are reeling with this. As you know, in education, our working conditions are the classroom, the learning conditions of our students. So the same is true in the medical field. where the working conditions of the workers are the medical conditions of the patients. And we need to make sure, and we are asking you as true believers in providing the best dignified, secure retirement, affordable, accessible healthcare for all employees and all members of CalPERS to not mediate this, but to put pressure on Kaiser to actually do the right thing. As you know, and as was just spoken by others, a 5-day strike last month meant that members had to reschedule procedures, had appointments, and struggled to get their medications filled. These are our members. These are CalPERS participants, and this is a very serious issue. And this labor dispute remains unsolved. As was just mentioned, with profit margins exceeding 10%, greater than that of Amazon, we know Kaiser has the resources to settle a fair contract. Again, we are not asking you to mediate this labor dispute, but in your capacity as a healthcare purchaser, the largest of Kaiser, I believe, I am asking you on behalf of CFT's members throughout California, classified as well as we have part-time faculty, many faculty members that are part of PERS, to send a clear message to Kaiser. Stop stalling, bargain a fair contract that puts quality for care first for my members as patients throughout California, not to put Kaiser's executive profits first. So I thank you for listening to this. I thank you for listening to these comments and for your work in advocating, your continued work in advocating for public sector workers throughout California, and for your time and attention to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more speaker on the phone, I believe.
Yes, next we have Bobby Roy to speak on item 2. Bobby, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
Thank you. Bobby Roy, for identification purposes, I am also a state employee with the California Department of Education. I add me to the list of people that wanted to give kudos to Dr. Moulds during the congressional hearing and the presentation there. I really was, I found it enlightening and insightful. I'm really glad that you're on our side. And I know I was bragging on you and sharing it with other folks within the Retirement Security Committee at SEIU Local 1000 in order to make sure that those talking points and the points you made were shared and that they get spread throughout our organization. So kudos and thank you.
Since I allowed speakers on, oh, thank you very much. We can just go sit down. Since I allowed speakers on item 2, I want to extend the same courtesy to where's, I got too many names now. To Sarah Granda, if she wants to speak right now. If you would like, or you can wait. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. We do have one last speaker on item 2. Keith Woodamoto wanted to speak on this item.
Am I doing this right? Yes, Keith Umamoto, California State Retirees. I just wanted to thank the CalPERS staff on the transition, at least up to this point, the transition from OptumRx to CareMart. In particular, when a lot of our members and a lot of your members received a letter from OptumRx on terminating their current relationship with Optum, they immediately sent a blast email that we forwarded to our members. So that was really appreciated. At the same time, I think they are so well prepared. And as the transition evolves with CareMart in January, I'm sure there will be a lot more questions, and I'm sure your staff is well aware and will be prepared for that. And hopefully they can influence CareMart as well as OptumRx to be prepared for all those avalanches of calls. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Keith. Now we'll proceed to the action consent items. Okay, it's moved by Trustee Pacheco, second by President Taylor. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. The ayes have it. We don't need a roll call, right? Okay, we need to do your formally. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Any abstentions? The ayes have it. The item passes. Both items pass. Now we'll move on to informational consent items. I have got no notice from anybody to pull any items, so they're accepted. And now we go to the action items, starting with 5A, Health Benefits Program Proposals for the 2027 plan year. Rob Jarsmolbeck, and Dr. Logan. Sorry about that.
It's all right. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Rob Jarzombeck, CalPERS team member. This is agenda item 5A, approval of the health benefits program proposals for the 2027 plan year. This is an action item. As background, this agenda item is part of our process to consider a variety of changes to our program for the upcoming plan year before the formal rate development process begins. We do this so that everyone knows what, if anything, is changing for the next plan year before any rates are developed. The types of changes we consider in this process are adding a new basic or Medicare plan, incorporating a new health benefit program, making a benefit design change or product change, and lastly, changing a current plan's service area. Over the next few slides, I'll walk through the timeline and the recommendations we're proposing for your approval. I'll also provide an update on SB 729, which requires CalPERS basic HMO plans provide coverage for the diagnosis and treatment of infertility effective July 1st, 2027. And finally, I'll go over next steps. All year long, the CalPERS Health Team considers ways to further enhance our program. We also seek input from the plans to gain their perspectives on our ideas. The approved items will be incorporated into the rate development process in the spring for changes to take effect on January 1st, 2027. While we typically bring all proposals to you in November, there may be others that present themselves before next spring. If this is the case, we'll return to you early next year should there be anything additional to consider for the 2027 plan year. To align with our strategic goal, we develop proposals that improve healthcare quality, increase equity, and maintain affordability. We also work closely with the plans on proposals that improve access to care for our members, especially those in underserved areas lacking affordable HMO options. Let's begin with a product change for Blue Shield's Medicare Advantage plan. Blue Shield's current Medicare Advantage plan is one that combines medical coverage and prescription drug coverage in a single plan. We recommend separating the prescription drug plan from the medical portion of the plan to potentially receive a higher reimbursement amount from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, or CMS. This is because with separate medical and pharmacy plans, the pharmacy risk score is calculated differently than when combined. The idea of separating the two from each other is that the individual pharmacy risk score would use a different calculation and would generate additional CMS reimbursement beyond what is received under the current combined plan. This potentially higher reimbursement amount would go towards reducing premiums. If this change were to move forward, members would receive 2 separate ID cards instead of 1. One ID card would be for medical benefits, and the second card would be for pharmacy benefits. This 2-card approach is what has been in place for many years in our PERS Gold and PERS Platinum Medicare supplemental plans, as well as for those members enrolled in Anthem's Medicare Advantage plan. There have not been any issues associated with members using 2 cards for their benefits. Other than having 2 cards, there would not be any other changes for members, meaning the copays, benefits, and formulary would all remain the same. Should this be approved, we will work through the details with Blue Shield during the upcoming rate development process. Next is a recommendation about Blue Shield's EPO plan. To further increase access for members, we recommend expanding Blue Shield's exclusive provider organization plan to the remaining California zip codes that do not have an HMO option. Previously, you approved Blue Shield to expand their EPO plan into counties that did not have an HMO option, and this occurred in 2022 and 2023. However, there are still 51 zip codes in California where only the basic PPO plans remain available to members. These zip codes are largely in the rural north, but there are 4 zip codes in San Bernardino County that also do not have an option other than the PPOs. At this time, Blue Shield does not anticipate an impact to EPO premiums due to this expansion. However, if there is an impact, we will report it out to you during the rate development process should this be approved. And next is Kaiser. As we shared in the September meeting, Kaiser Permanente and Renown Health have entered an agreement to jointly own and operate a health plan and new patient care delivery system that will bring Kaiser Permanente to northwestern Nevada in 2027. To further increase access for our members, we recommend expanding CalPERS service area for Kaiser's basic HMO and Medicare Advantage plans into northwestern Nevada. At this time, both basic and Medicare plans are being pursued, and the expansions are pending regulatory approval. We expect the regulatory approval to be received and completed next year. Once the respective regulatory organizations have completed their reviews, we will know what the exact service area will be. We will communicate the service area out once known. Finally, there's an update on SB 729. As I mentioned earlier, SB 729 requires CalPERS basic HMO plans provide coverage for the diagnosis and treatment of infertility effective July 1st, 2027. This past summer, we requested proposed pricing and implementation information from the health plans and fertility vendors. It's important to clarify that SB 729 does not apply to our PPO plans. However, we are evaluating our options for the PPO plans as well. We expect the implementation of SB 729 to impact premiums and are exploring all options to ensure a cost-effective and impactful benefit. There is considerable uncertainty with the benefits and costs for a couple of reasons. First, we are awaiting final guidance from the Department of Managed Healthcare, or DMHC, to understand the specifics around what is to be covered under the fertility benefit. Once we have final DMHC guidance, we can move forward with our final negotiations with the plans and vendors. Second is that the experience with adding and providing IVF benefits is playing out in real time. Several other purchasers across the country are implementing fertility benefits, and while we are learning from their experience, it is difficult to predict our utilization and cost based on their unique fertility benefits and utilization. We continue to monitor other purchasers' experiences to help inform the impacts to our premiums and to better understand how pent-up demand for these services will impact utilization and access in the initial years. Implementing the HMO benefit first, as required by state law, will also allow us to apply lessons learned to a potential PPO implementation of the fertility benefits, as well as make improvements to the HMO benefit as needed. Any proposed implementation for the PPOs would be brought to you in the future for your consideration and approval. Here's a quick recap of the 3 proposals we recommend for approval. First is separating Blue Shield's prescription drug plan from its Medicare Advantage plan. Second is expanding Blue Shield's EPO plan into the California zip codes that do not have an HMO option. And third is expanding Kaiser's basic and Medicare plans into northwestern Nevada. Upon the committee's approval, we'll incorporate the approved changes into the rate development process and lay out the necessary implementation activities. We will communicate the plan expansions and product change to members in advance of and during open enrollment. And this concludes the presentation, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions from the committee? We will start with Trustee Von Walker.
Thank you. When we talk about the rate development process, is there a high-level thing to go over, like, what it actually entails? I get that asked a lot. and it would be helpful if we could get that out there to have a little more understanding.
Yes, we can prepare something. We provide a presentation on this before we go, but we can put some talking points together so you can have that to refer to.
We've historically.
You turned it off.
I'm sorry. I still, how many years have I been doing this and still can't work the button? We provide a broad overview ahead of the rates development process every year, but I think the question is what would be, I mean, we're happy to take this offline, but what other materials would be helpful, and what places would, where would it be helpful to put that information forward? But
Cool.
Certainly happy to do it.
Okay, yeah, we'll talk.
Thank you. Ms. Willett, Trustee Willett, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, board members. I just wanted to discuss, we heard the testimony today about the Kaiser strike, and I do have some questions about Kaiser. I'm in favor of the approved changes, though, for this board item. But I do know that because Kaiser is a closed system and our members with Kaiser coverage can't go anywhere else, how did Kaiser compensate our members for the disruptions in their care during that strike?
So I'm not aware of any specific compensation. We're not party to the negotiation, so we don't see all of the details. Kaiser communicates with us ahead of these things, but that was not part of a conversation.
So did Kaiser in any way, as the plan sponsor, compensate CalPERS for the disruption in service to our members?
No. What Kaiser did communicate to us is that they had an alternative plan in place where, in the event that there were rescheduled or there was a need to reschedule, that they had alternative sites available and were working with members to reschedule. I'm not aware of any cancellations. What they communicated to us, if memory serves, is that the most significant delays were in Hawaii, not in California per se, and that but that they were able to schedule in a timely way everything. I think there were some marginal impacts on pharmacy business as well.
Okay, I just think that it's really puts us board in a bad position when Kaiser does not work with its workforce to resolve these issues. And Kaiser's value proposition from its founding has been centered on low-cost, worker-friendly labor practices. And I think that its prices should be more competitive than other health plans. But as we know, Kaiser is now among the top tier of expensive health plans. And they've had waves of labor unrest for a number of years now, impacting our members and their access to care. I think, as we heard earlier, the workers, who are on strike and who are looking for settlement are still the same COVID heroes we called out 5 years ago. They did show up for our families, right? They show up for our seniors in our communities. And today they're asking for really basic respect, safe staffing levels, and the ability to provide the care to our members that our members deserve. And we know the high cost of turnover in healthcare, it's just enormous, not just financially, but on the human impact. We're talking in other sessions over the year about getting more people into the healthcare fields. So that instability really does affect our CalPERS members who depend on the reliable, high quality care. And I also, we're facing the backdrop of the HR1 implications, which will threaten our healthcare systems further and just the long-term sustainability, of our health benefit plans. So I'm really concerned, not just within our system on healthcare, but the effects on California's economy, right? We heard an economic report yesterday in an investment committee on those impacts. And when workers aren't treated well, it does push our entire economy down. Lost wages, burnout, understaffed hospitals, delayed care, they all are a drag on our economic stability and the quality of life in California, but the returns that we depend on for our investments. I don't need to tell you all, striking workers don't buy cars. Striking workers don't eat out or go on vacation and spend their money. And so I'm wondering, what steps have we taken to ensure that Kaiser is at the table and that they're working toward real solutions that will stabilize the workforce, our economy, that will restore trust and protect the health of our members?
You know, we have a long history of staying neutral in these kinds of disputes. Our members obviously have an interest in maintaining continuity of care, and these disruptions are not good for our members. There are many other considerations at play. The challenge here is that we are not party to these negotiations, so we do not have a lens into the particulars of the negotiations, and weighing in without that sightline is difficult and potentially problematic.
Are there any actions that we can as a board take to communicate the gravity of our concerns?
So we certainly work with Kaiser ahead of time to understand and make sure that there is a B plan in place so that when there are disruptions, we both understand where our members are getting care, and we will kick the tires on that to make sure that that we are comfortable that they are doing all the things that they need to be doing.
Yeah, I can appreciate the plan B, and I suspect with bargaining not progressing that we should anticipate more strikes coming, more workforce disruption. But I really would love us to work on plan A. Like, that's what we probably should be working on first, is getting these workers to the, to work. And so then our members don't have to worry about disruptions, reschedules, alternative items. So I think I made my point, but thank you so much for the report, and I am in favor of the changes.
Thank you, Trustee Mulet. We'll have Jose Luis Pacheco, please, next.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Moulds, and thank you, Rob, for your information. I wanted to go back to page 7 of the report on the Kaiser Nevada Basic and MA process. The zip code, what I was trying to understand is that this is still pending regulatory approval. The exact service area is still being determined. Are we still working out the zip codes that are going to be applied?
Yes, so we're still working out the zip code. So there's 2 different approvals that are being pursued. Well, the first one is for the basic plan. So the basic plan needs to get approval from the Division of Insurance in Nevada. So it's basically the DMHC equivalent in the state of Nevada to determine the basic plan service area. So they are doing that. And then CMS is going to determine the Medicare Advantage service area. And so it's possible that it could be 2 different service areas.
Okay.
CMS typically approves service areas when it's a full county service area and not just a partial county with partial zip codes. And so that we need to wait for those 2 things to play out. So that could be 2 different service areas depending on what each of those regulatory entities ultimately approves.
I see. And with respect to the persons this applies to people that actually live in Nevada, right?
Yes, so eligibility is based off of a person's zip code. So for an active person, it's based off of their home zip code or their work address.
Mm-hmm.
Then for a retiree or a person not working, it's only based off of their home address.
So if they were, let's say they were working on the other side of the state, like let's say along, like in Susanville, that area up in that very rural areas of the northeastern part of California, they would be able to have access if they lived on the other side, on the northwestern side of Nevada.
Correct. If they had a zip code, their home zip code, let's say, was within the area that will be approved, then they could be eligible for Kaiser based off of that zip code.
And the rates would be determined from at Nevada's rates, not California's rates.
So we're still working out what the actual rate will be. So right now with Kaiser, Kaiser has out-of-state regions that have a different rate than the California rate.
Mm-hmm.
It's a higher rate. And so we're working with Kaiser to determine which rate they will use. Will it be the out-of-state rate that they use currently? Will it be the California rate? That is one we have here for CalPERS members in California. Or will it be its own rate that might be something in between or just different? So those will all be fleshed out during the rate development process. And then after they get the regulatory approvals as well.
Okay. And this is a question for actually Dr. Logan. I'd like to ask you a question. given that situation, are we going to still be maintaining the same level of clinical outcomes? The same ones in California will be in Nevada and so forth. Will we have synergy?
Yes, yeah, so they will be held to the same standard for the quality alignment measure set and those performance measures as the rest of our book of business across the HMOs. So yes, that same high level of quality.
And we'll be working with their equivalent of their Department of Managed Care, or their partners in state of Nevada?
On the quality side, that would really stay within Kaiser and CalPERS in terms of monitoring quality for what we're holding them accountable for among the quality alignment measure set.
Yeah, Mr. Pacheco, those are our requirements. They're not the state of California's requirements.
I see.
So as Dr. Logan mentioned, we hold all of our HMOs regardless of where they are providing service to those standards. We wouldn't envision a lot of interaction with the state of Nevada on this, but it's certainly something where if there was an issue that would arise, we could reach out to them. But all of the extensive quality requirements that we have in place are contractual,
right.
and so they're ours.
Oh, excellent then. Thank you very much for that. And the other question is, the separation, as you mentioned, on the Blue Shield Medicare Advantage, separating the Medicare with the pharmaceutical drug plan. And you said because we're going to be able to get higher reimbursement from CMS. Is that something that we will see as we move on in the years to come?
So that is what the idea behind separating them from each other is. We will see that. We will hopefully see that for the first year. We don't know if that will be a continued trend, multiple year over year. This is a fairly new idea on how to approach this, and so we'll see how it pans out over time. CMS does frequently make changes to their processes and their reimbursement amounts, as we saw through the Inflation Reduction Act. Right. And so it's just like something else could happen that it doesn't play out for multiple years in this scenario. But we think it should play out positively for our members for 2027.
For this particular year.
Correct.
But of course, anything with respect to the federal government could change.
Yes.
The whole equation and calculus.
Yes.
Okay. Very good then. And that's all. And I also support this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. Mr. Frank Rufino.
Am I on? Thank you,
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
proceed.
I'm happy to wait until the rest of the committee asks questions. I have a.
Vice Chair Palaki will follow you. Go ahead.
I'm
please.
good? Okay. All right. Thanks again, Mr. Chair, and thank you, staff, for the presentation. I got a question, more of a broader question about risk management. And so, looking forward, right, looking ahead, and even looking at the proposal that we have before us, I'm curious, how is staff evaluating the risk of any future labor dispute, whether it's Kaiser or any other plants? And specifically, is there an expectation, what expectation is CalPERS setting with our health plan partners to ensure continuity of care for our members during any future work stoppage or similar events?
As I mentioned or as I responded to Ms. Willette's question, anytime that we are aware of a potential dispute, we engage the plan that is party to that dispute to talk through their continuity plans to ensure that our members will have access to care during that time and that it is as seamless as possible. That is the conversation that takes place.
Is that just for clarification, is that part of the contracts when we negotiate, or is that an after a practice that we do
That
after.
is a great question. Is it part of our contract?
So it's not necessarily part of the contract, but that is our policy. So we have the policy that Don's referring to where members are not to be put in the middle. And so we do enforce that every time this comes up, like making sure that we're getting a good deal for our members. We want the plans to get a good deal because we all are concerned with the rising healthcare costs, but we also want to make sure that it's a fair deal and also that make sure that our members aren't put in the middle and aren't used as bargaining chips. So that's really our charge to them. How they handle that, they take that seriously, but sometimes it does put members in the middle where there is some uncertainty when there is a termination at times with that pro-rata contract.
That's great to hear, and it's great for our members to know, that we have, not necessarily during the contract negotiation, but we have a policy that ensures, the continuity of care. I think that's very important. Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rufino. Kevin Pockey, please.
Thank you. So easy questions. I promise. So just to clarify, the effects of the expansions would start in January of 27, or would there be like a 26, 27?
So all of the two expansions we have here today are all for 1/1/2027. So nothing will be happening in 2026. This is all for the 2027 plan year.
Okay. And then the two card idea. I know there's individuals that like the physical card, and then there's a younger generation that wants everything on their phone. Do they have that option to put their cards on their phone?
Yes. So the options will be the same as they are today. So today, everyone gets a hard copy of their ID cards if they haven't opted out for the hard copy, and so but they still have the digital options as well. So that will still be, all of that will remain the same.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
I'd like to thank the committee for their questions. It was a robust discussion. And thank you, Rob Zarzobek and Dr. Logan. So that concludes, we need a motion. This is Vice Chair Kevin Pockey moves to the recommendation for the plan changes for proposals for plan year 2027. Second by Mr. Pacheco. All in favor say aye. Oh, we have public comment for this item. Yes, we do. Thank you. We'll have Larry Woodson, please, come forward. I apologize. You were so regular here every week, every month, and now we feel like you're a special guest.
No real objections at all, but I did request 4 minutes if I could. I think I can do it in 3.5.
3.5 is fine.
Okay. Good morning, Larry Woodson, California State Retirees. It was a good approach and good proposals. I would like to add one. I hope that in 2027 you will take action to minimize the harm of PE to healthcare. You heard my comments yesterday at Investment Committee. My request for an extra 2 minutes then was denied, so today I'm going to cover some of what I had to leave out and repeat some. The board members voted unanimously to approve the staff proposal regarding the TPA, total portfolio approach. However, the fact that it passed in no way prevents the staff from lowering rather than increasing the PE target considerably, even down to 3%, which I pointed out is how much the New Zealand Pension Fund had in PE during the 5 years Mr. Gilmore was their CIO. And as I pointed out, in those 5 years, they averaged 8.64% rate of return in difficult COVID times compared to CalPERS 7% for the same period. So we believe this does demonstrate that Mr. Gilmore and CalPERS could do quite well without any PE investments. But my focus today is private equity doing harm to our healthcare system. The 9-page report I submitted to the board documents an explosion of PE acquisitions of healthcare in the last 15 years, doing great harm to the acquired companies while making profits for themselves. PE acquisitions, most notably of hospitals, nursing homes, Rural health, doctors and dental practices, especially ER and dermatology, are skyrocketing. At least 386 hospitals are now owned by PE, comprising 30% of all for-profit hospitals in the U.S. I detailed the most egregious and extensive harm to healthcare to date, which involves the PE firm Cerberus Capital, whose acquisition of Steward Health led to the closure of 6 hospitals and put 31 in bankruptcy. I was able to document CalPERS invested nearly $480 million in the very Cerberus fund that played a part in the demise of 37 hospitals in 10 states. Yesterday, I mentioned the destructive MO of PE when they acquired a company, but I didn't explain how their MO drives hospitals, nursing homes, and et cetera, into bankruptcy. First, they finance their acquisitions with debt. It's currently around 70% debt. They saddle the company with that debt. Second, they sell the real estate, which is owned by the hospitals and other health entities, and lease it back to the acquired company, saddling them with years of lease payments. And the last is asset stripping. Almost immediately, PE cuts staff, reduces needed supplies, and more, which further contributes to the path towards insolvency, not to mention the threat to patient safety and poor medical outcomes. In conclusion, if the facts I've presented regarding PE's harm to healthcare cause you even half the concern they do me, I strongly encourage the committee, who are also on investments, to question investment staff regarding PE and move them towards PE divestment, particularly in healthcare. And I would hope that Don and the health benefits team will do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. And it was 31 seconds.
I was right.
Thank you very much.
I went over a second.
Appreciate your comments. Now we'll go back to the motion. Any, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes, and you have your direction for 2027. Thank you. Now we'll proceed to information item, agenda item number 6, starting with summary of committee direction.
Mr. Chair, I did not record any committee direction.
I think we had that from, about the rate development material from Trustee Walker.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Apologies. Yes, we will be talking about rate development process materials and venues for said materials.
I know at the educational forums, they always have some nice materials there also.
Yep.
So we can use it, recycle that. Thank you. Now we'll go to public comment, and we'll start with Jared. We'll start with Sarah Granda.
So I gave you guys the packet of information so you could follow along with my public comment, which has kind of had to adjust given the discussion today. What I provided you was the issue with the PPO plan and the changes in 2024 to 2025, and then now 2025 to 2026, because you guys are the only ones that the board's the only one that reviews these plans, right? Everyone else's plans are reviewed by DMHC or CDI, right? But not any of the self-funded plans. That's all done internally with approval. So hope that makes sense. I also can't see the timer for my comment when I start it. Do you? Yeah, I only have 2 minutes now. But I didn't start the comment. I was just telling him why I was giving them these packets. But I can try to go. So good afternoon, CalPERS members. My name is Sarah Grandin, and I thank you for allowing me to speak. I've listened today as several individuals have spoken highly of Dr. Donald Moulds, and I want to respectfully share that Dr. Moulds and I have a very different type of interaction and, relationship. So in 2019, Dr. Moulds sent a letter disclosing my confidential medical status to an unauthorized third party, someone I never approved. So that action violated my privacy under California's CMIA, HIPAA, and the California Constitution. In the same letter, he referred to my care as an enhanced benefit, a term that fundamentally represents the legal nature of my agreement with CalPERS. So let me be clear, these services are not enhanced. They were subject to a binding 1998 mediation agreement, a contract entered into by CalPERS, provide in lieu of care outside standard evidence of coverage because the regular plan could not meet my needs. So this was a matter of survival. And I'm here speaking as a matter of survival for a case that I need settled, that CalPERS is delaying. And so CalPERS upheld this agreement for over close to 3 decades. But in recent years, the agency has treated it as optional, making unilateral changes, failing to conduct annual reviews, and denying me procedural rights guaranteed under the ADA and the Rehab Act, right? These decisions have created escalating costs, but let's be honest, the cost is not caused by me or my medical condition. It's a result of CalPERS' own administrative design, layering vendors, bypassing collaborative review, and possibly misclassifying care providers in ways that risk violating California labor laws. I'm about to wrap up, I promise. This matter is not just within CalPERS, but in the court as well. Reflecting federal litigation, CalPERS omitted the 1998 agreement entirely from its summary judgment filing, including the 2012 reassertion of the same benefits covering 24 hours of my nursing care. This is something, Don Moulds, member, that you omitted from your filings in the MSJ and your declaration that therefore should be, I guess, impeached, right? So when CalPERS leaves out fundamental facts in both its administration and its legal defense, it places both legal and financial burdens on members like me and ultimately on this board. Today, I'm respectfully asking for the following: acknowledge that the 1998 agreement is binding to restoration of the annual care reviews. Has agreed 3, an end to the mislabeling of services as enhanced benefits, 4, accountability for the 2019 privacy breach, including board level awareness. And finally, that CalPERS recognized these costs are the result of its own framework, not my care needs. So this is about institutional responsibility and not about upholding and about upholding a promise CalPERS made to a teenage girl over 25 years ago. So I am that girl, and I kept my part of the agreement. I'm just asking you guys to do the same. So, I mean, that's what pertains to today's comment. The other piece is that the EOC is now being eroded more and more and more. And that is a problem, but it's a problem that's only kept within the board and you guys, because the board is the only one who approves that EOC. So that's a big, big problem. I also have my nurse here who is a Kaiser nurse. And so that's also a challenge. And, but these nurses here with me today, they don't have any like labor protections or scope of practice compliance that you guys have provided. So that makes an estoppel argument that all of this extended negligence dates back to the collapse of your agreement. So, I mean, that's all I have to really say today is I just need you guys to settle this whole thing and not misrepresent my, efforts in trying to desperately plead with you for my life, like over and over and over again. That's all, I don't think anyone's going to answer any questions, but thanks.
We thank you for your testimony and comments.
Sure.
We will now proceed with the rest of the public comment. Jared Critchfield, please, and Tracy Hanman, you can come down.
Good morning, Jared Critchfield, Superintendent of Schools for Amador County Office of Education and Amador County Unified School District. We are what is referred to in education as a single. So we are one school district that comprises the entire county of Amador. If you're not familiar with Amador County, we're not far from here. We're only about an hour from our district office. You may be familiar with some of the other large employers in Amador County, Mule Creek State Prison. We have one of only 4 state CAL FIRE training facilities in our county, and also the Jackson Rancheria Casino and Resort. Or maybe you've gone wine tasting in Shenandoah Valley, or perhaps gone up to the mountains of Silver Lake and Kirkwood Ski Resort. And so we are new to CalPERS. So first, this is just an acknowledgement of thank you for your partnership with us. We've been through much distress over healthcare in our district and county, and we are new to you as of October 1st, just last month. Some positives that I want to report is we appreciate the fact that you allow an unlimited number of opt-outs. That has been a priority for our employees. We have about 40% of our employees who do opt out of healthcare. As most educational agencies struggle to hire employees, affordable healthcare and healthcare options is a huge priority. And so I want to focus today my comments on your 2 strategic goals. 2 of the strategic goals, access and affordability. And I don't want to get into the numbers, and we deeply appreciate your approval of the EPO. We were on that list today that you just approved, Amador County for the EPO starting in 2027. However, for the majority of our employees, they live in our county. Since we're rural, cover the entire county, it is hard to commute elsewhere. And so the plans available for the majority of the county were just 2, the gold and the platinum. And so the challenge with that in Amador County is simple without getting into the numbers. The gold plan is affordable, but not accessible. Our own hospital, we have one hospital in the county, Sutter Amador, is not covered by the gold plan. And so the platinum plan is accessible, but it's not affordable. And so our request is that that staff continue to consider looking at the gold plan and other options as we hope to have a longstanding relationship with you so that we can have a plan for our employees that is both accessible and affordable. And I want to thank you for your time, and in particular, thank the staff that we worked with in the transition, as it is difficult in an organization of 600 employees to transition over. The staff has been phenomenal in helping us transition to your plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tracy Hinman, please.
I'm not sure. This one? Oh, thank you. A little bit nervous. Thank you, committee, and thank you, board, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Tracy Hinman, and I'm a teacher in Amador County. And recently, our school did enter into agreement with CalPERS to provide health insurance for its employees. And your representatives, they were informed and they were helpful explaining the coverage. And our members were frankly devastated by the two options provided. Like you said, we had two options, platinum or gold. Some people can take Kaiser, but for most, due to our address, it was only those two. And only one, the platinum, your most expensive, has our local hospital in network. So I asked the representatives, what can I do about this? How do we get our local hospital in network? Why don't we have more options in our county? And I was told I could come here and speak today. So here I am. And I appreciate on the agenda that the EPO plan was accepted for Amador County. Thank you. But I don't know the exact details of that plan. And if our local hospital is not part of that in-network plan, then the EPO is still not accessible and it's still not affordable for the more than likely urgent or emergency care that will happen. Your strategic plan outlines quality, equity, affordability, and access. And I can't speak to the quality, I haven't used the insurance yet. But it is not as to the affordability. For families with the Platinum plan, the cost is $52,000 a year. And on the Gold plan, it's $34,000 in premiums. The median salary of our teachers is $62,000 a year. So teaching is an ideal profession for families because of the shared hours and the time off, but you can't be expected to spend half or nearly all of your salary on health care. All the employer should pay, you say, but our employer is a nonprofit public entity who gets their budget from the state. Property taxes at Amador County don't yield the same funds as education for education in bigger cities. So our employer can't put $35,000 to $50,000 per employee for health insurance. And I'm referring to a teacher's wage. When you consider classified staff, bus drivers, paraeducators, cafeteria workers, their median salary is $28,000. Even your single plan is $14,000 to $20,000 a year. So for Amador County, your plan is not affordable. Let's look at access. Many of our residents live up the mountain 20, 30, 40 minutes beyond our local hospital in Jackson. If our local hospital is not in network, members have to travel an additional 40 to 60 minutes for care. So here I am, deciding to be part of the solution. Whom do I turn to? Who can I network with? Who can we petition? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we'll have Robert Norton and Jenny Jensen.
Thank you, Board. My name is Robert Norton. I'm the Chief Business Official for Amador County Unified School District and Amador County Office of Education. Over the past year, our school district faced an extreme challenge. For reasons too lengthy to discuss in the time allotted, we transitioned to a self-insured health coverage model in October of 2023. And by the end of the school year, our district was running significant deficits due to nationally increasing costs of healthcare and our own millions of dollars in overages stemming from excess health insurance claims. Once we grasped the untenable financial risk of our district's liability, we spent the better part of last school year reviewing a multitude of models and exit strategies to leave our school district, our self-insured contract, and determine our next steps in tackling our financial woes. However, with each of the vendors that we approached, we heard three words: decline to quote, decline to quote, decline to quote. Three simple words, but the impact of these was life-changing. Due to our years as self-insured entity, any prospective health insurance provider is afforded the ability to look at our past claims history. Unfortunately, the main reason our liability was so costly was the simple fact that our high number of claims that we had. Therefore, prospective groups deemed our teachers, administrators, and everybody that educates our youth as too risky to insure. But with that said, I express a sincere thank you to the board and CalPERS Health overall for allowing us to join with CalPERS Health. Regardless of the number of claims or risks, your group allows anyone to join on, and you provided us a way out of the deficit and providing health insurance to our valuable team members as well. But frankly, CalPERS was not our first choice. You literally were our only option. And that, more than anything, tells a story of how broken the insurance market is for entities like ours. Whereas CalPERS offers many regional benefits, we've experienced limited options in terms of practicality and costs. And some examples is in our zip code, we only have the 2 plans available. In our district, we have just the CalPERS Gold and the CalPERS Platinum. These are the only available ones for all but 2 of our zip codes in our county. And on the surface, the 2 plans are fine. The Platinum plan provides the best coverage at a steep cost for our families who had literally thousands of dollars a month. So you're trading basically the great costs and everything else there. But the CalPERS Gold, whereas more affordable, by no means is exceptional. As has been stressed here just a minute ago, it is not available at our local hospital, and you have to do a 30-minute drive just to get basic healthcare coverage. So with that, my appeal today is for more healthcare options for Amador County on behalf of our school district. In addition, we hope that we can work together to review our current access issues and high cost of premiums. On the agenda today was a great first step with the addition of the EPO plan for our county, so thank you very much for that. However, we desperately need, and more specifically, is Sutter Health to be added to our school district's gold plan. By including the EPO, and especially by negotiating with Sutter Health component, you will not just be fixing our health plan, you'll be making good on your goal to ensuring your members have access to care where they need it, and you will secure health and stability for those shaping the youth of Amador County for years to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Do I push the button? It's already on. Oh, it's already on. Hello. Hi. Good morning, members of CalPERS Board. My name is Jeannie Jensen, and I am the president of the Amador County Teachers Association. As of October 1st, 2025, our district and members have contracted with CalPERS for our healthcare coverage. I'm speaking today on behalf of myself, our educators, and the families we serve in Amador County. Our top concern is access to affordable health care, care that is both financially attainable and locally available. Our educators and their families would benefit from plan options that include local, in-network doctors, specialists, and hospitals. Right now, that is not the case. In our rural community, the CalPERS Gold Plan does not include in its network the Sutter Amador Hospital, our only local hospital. This leaves our members without access to emergency care close to home. When a child is hurt or an Amador County Schools employee needs urgent treatment, being told that the nearest in-network hospital is 60 miles away is not only unreasonable, it is unsafe. We are asking you to change your offerings to include local, affordable options and to let Gold truly be of benefit to us. As it stands, it fails to meet the needs of the people it is supposed to serve. The combination of limited plan choices and unlimited out-of-network costs is forcing impossible decisions. Our district has stretched its budget to help make these healthcare options even somewhat accessible, but the financial strain is immense on both the district and our employees. This burden directly affects our ability to attract and retain qualified educators, something critical for the success of our students and schools. Change is hard, but the options before us make the fear of change even greater. Many of our employees are delaying or avoiding medical care, not because they don't need it, but because they can't afford the hardship that comes with it. The premiums alone are overwhelming, and that's before anyone even sees a doctor. A teacher with a partner earning $60,000 a year without any district contribution pays $40,000 $40,083 annually for the CalPERS Platinum Plan. That leaves less than $20,000 for the entire year, about $1,659 a month, to cover all other living expenses. In order to make these plans even remotely attainable, the district's contribution must be extremely high, which in turn diverts essential resources away from our classrooms and our students. In rural areas like ours, we simply cannot compete with urban salaries or benefits, but we should be able to expect is equitable access to health care. We are not asking for luxury. We are asking for fairness, for coverage that recognizes the realities of rural California and supports the educators and public employees who serve our communities. Please make local affordable health care access a priority in your offerings. Let the Gold Plan and all CalPERS plans truly serve the people they are meant to protect within our communities. Thank you for your time, your commitment to public service. But regarding the EPO, as Tracy said, if the doctors and hospital are not in network, it isn't possibly a benefit to us as well. So please consider that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Carrie Marama and Bonnie Gale, please. You can come down.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Marama. I'm a medical fragile paraprofessional for Amador County Office of Education. I just wanted to speak today to let you all know the stress and the financial struggles that this insurance change has brought to me and my family. Due to the change of the insurance to CalPERS, provided plans had a huge incurred cost. Due to the outrageous cost of the premiums, I had to remove my husband, who has major disabilities. In order to avoid owing the school district money at the end of my hardworking month, approximately $600 I would owe my job to work for them, to keep the insurance. Does this make any logical sense or seem fair to anybody? This is also happening to many of my coworkers throughout the whole district. They seem to be facing the same problems. With the removal of him from my policy, we are now paying the outrageous costs of his medications, which is approximately $1,100 a month because he doesn't have insurance at all. And that is only for one medication. He takes 9. Our doctor copays are much higher. The medication costs are significantly higher for myself. The medication that I personally have been taking for 9 years with extremely detailed medical records have been denied by your CalPERS plan by people who have never met me and do not know my medical needs. They refuse to acknowledge my healthcare records. And every appeal my doctor has submitted has been denied because they say my medication is not medically necessary. I apologize. I have heard this from multiple of my coworkers having the same problems with their medications they've been on for many years being denied. I hope today that you guys will listen and help us somehow. It is not fair that we all work hard for our paychecks every month, and we need affordable health care. It is vital that we provide care to help and educate our most disabled and medically fragile students. Please address this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bonnie Gale, and I'm here today on behalf of Amador County Office of Education, most especially the special educators of Amador County. We educate and serve students with extensive support needs. I am here today on behalf of my colleagues and partners in education. According to your strategic goals, you aim to provide affordable, equitable, high-quality access to healthcare. We are a small rural community, and CalPERS does not offer a provision of HMO coverage. We only have access to 2 plans, the Gold or Platinum PPO. I want to highlight the affordability and accessibility issues with the plans available to us. The average salary in Amador County is $62,000 a year. Many of us are on an 11-month pay plan. This equates to approximately $5,600 per month pre-tax. For a family choosing coverage for 3 or more family members, as stated above, we have only access to 2 costly PPO options. The premium, very costly Platinum option is the only plan, as referred to before, that provides access to our local hospital. For a Platinum family plan, the premium is an astronomical $4,342 a month. This is approximately 78% of our take-home pay. Additionally, for the Gold plan, the monthly premium is $2,913. This is approximately 52% of our take-home pay. With these premiums, how can we afford health care and the expenses that having a home and raising a family incur? We implore you to work towards providing a more accessible health care options. Amador County educators have faced and continue to face life-altering choices to afford astronomical premiums. As Superintendent Critchfield mentioned, 40% of our employees have had to opt out of coverage or opt in for only single coverage because the options are so costly. One of my colleagues had to make the painful decision to sell her home to cover the astronomical cost of her healthcare premiums. Her children have medical conditions. Others in our district are and will be resigning from their jobs to pursue other avenues of employment. They cannot remain in the education sector. Others are finding second jobs. Many of my district receive assistance from our local food bank despite working full-time jobs. For Amador County, these rates are not representative of affordable, equitable, high-quality access to health care. Residents of rural areas must have affordable health coverage and access to the local physicians and hospitals. Please prioritize and include Sutter Health in your health care options. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Matthew Montgomery, please, and C.T. Weber.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Matt Montgomery. I am an SEIU Local 1000 member. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the cost-related impacts of the PERS Gold and Platinum PPO plans, as well as the access challenges created by the EPO plan. While these plans provide important coverage, their current structure creates significant financial and access barriers for many employees and their families, which do not meet the expectations of the members. These challenges are even more severe for members who live several states away, where PERS Platinum is the only available insurance option, creating a clear inequity for those who have no meaningful choice in their coverage. The maximum out-of-pocket costs in both PPO plans place a heavy burden on the members. With the Gold plan, members can pay up to $6,000 out-of-pocket per family for in-network care. In the Platinum plan, the limits are $4,000 per family. This still doesn't take into account the completely separate pharmacy out-of-pocket maximum. To reach these high limits, members face a 20% co-insurance in the Gold plan and a 10% in the Platinum plan for many major services. When this applies to imaging, outpatient procedures, specialist visits, or hospital care, even those percentages translate into hundreds or thousands of dollars. Case in point, my wife had a CT-guided pain management procedure that was $17,700. Under the Platinum and Gold plans, this cost out of pocket $1,770 or $3,540. But the most concerning risk is that neither the Gold or Platinum plans has an out-of-pocket maximum for non-preferred providers. When members must seek out-of-network care because specialists are unavailable locally, appointments are months out, or hospital-based providers are out of network, despite the facility being in network, they are exposed to unlimited medical bills. This is one of the most dangerous gaps in the current plan design. Shifting to the EPO plan, members in Northern California face an additional layer of barriers. The EPO covers only in-state, in-network providers, and Northern California already has limited provider availability. As a result, many members must travel long distances, sometimes hours, to reach an in-network facility. They cannot seek care in Oregon or Nevada, even when those providers are significantly closer. This leads to reduced access, higher travel, lodging, food, and childcare costs, along with delayed care, placing a disproportionate burden on rural members. In summary, the combination of high out-of-pocket limits, unlimited out-of-network exposure, and severe access barriers under the plans creates an unsustainable situation for many employees. I respectfully urge the board to consider adjustments to improve affordability, strengthen protections, and ensure equitable access across the state. Thank you for your time and for your continued commitment to supporting CalPERS members.
Thank you.
My name is C.T. Weber. I'm speaking as a 40-plus year member of CalPERS, not representing anybody, just addressing some concerns I have. One, you've heard a lot of the concerns about the high cost and inaccessibility of health care. I'd just like to say that's probably one of the reasons I think that we seriously need for a deteriorating healthcare system, a single-payer system in California to help us. The other concern I wanted to raise was my concern on the pension itself. Like I said, I've been a member for 40 years, and I've seen what I think is an erosion in the stability. I think there's a lack of fiduciary responsibility in some ways. And I think that the private equity is really sort of damaging and taking over some things. So I'm very concerned. These are just concerns I'm expressing. I hope that you look at them a little more carefully and find a way to address them in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have two callers. Please proceed.
Yes, Chair Rubalcaba, we have Greg Wall with the Amador County Teachers Association commenting on item 6B. Greg, you are now live and can proceed with your comment.
Yes. Hello, my name is Greg Wall, and I am the Amador County Teachers Association Vice President. I'm calling in to lend my voice to a collective effort to seek the board's consideration of an action that would not only benefit our small county, but would also further CalPERS efforts to align their strategic goals of quality, access, affordability, and equity. I understand you have a large agenda, so I will try to be as brief as possible. A number of our members face a torturous decision that may be relatable to the ancient legend of King Gordius. Yes, if you can't tell, I am a history teacher. He supposedly tied a knot in such a complex way that it could not be undone. In our county, families must either choose the most expensive plan that takes an average of 50% of their take-home pay to cover a monthly premium in order to have our local hospitals, doctors, and services in network, or choose the other only plan where in-network services lie in Sacramento or Roseville, each approximately an hour away. So to push the historical analogy further, it was Alexander the Great that solved the Gordian knot by slicing through it with his mighty sword. A swift and definitive solution is also what is being asked of this board to consider. Please consider allowing our local hospital, Sutter Amador, to be covered as in-network for the Gold plan, in addition to the Platinum plan. This would allow high-quality care to be accessible, more affordable, and provide more equitable coverage. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we have one more call.
Next, we have Bobby Roy to comment on 6B. Bobby, you are now live and can proceed with your comments.
CalPERS. Oh, good afternoon. My name is Bobby Roy. I'm a 19-year CalPERS enrollee as a state worker at the California Department of Education, and I am insured under United Healthcare, which may be relevant in my testimony. My spouse, who says flu before you boo, and I went in for flu and COVID vaccinations last month. I, having an underlying health condition, was easily able to get my COVID vaccine. My spouse, however, was told by their provider that they were too healthy to get it. This concerns me because Dr. Logan and others in previous meetings talked about AB 144 and the baseline vaccine recommendations from the Department of Public Health and other expert groups and how they differ from the current FDA recommendations. I worry that this is a more systemic issue than a one-off experience that we experienced, and that insurers, providers, and or organizations they work for are not fulfilling the intent of AB 144. What makes this more concerning is that my spouse is a pediatrician that sees newborns through adults, some who are caught up on their vaccine schedules, some who are not, some who neither seek to be. My request is that CalPERS work with partners to ensure that health plan participants can get the recommended vaccines in accordance with AB 144 and the recommendations from the Department of Public Health and the other experts. Thank you for your time and attention to this.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments.
Chair Rubicava, we will follow up with this caller and
Thank
get more
you.
details on their experience.
Thank you very much. So this concludes our public comment period, and now we adjourn the meeting into lunch. Audit would be
After lunch.
after lunch, but what time? Who's the chair?
1 o'clock, 1:15?
1:15. 1 o'clock or 1:15, Mika? Which one?
It's your last committee of the day.
So, okay, 1:45,
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. So we're adjourned. Thank you.
I know I'm familiar with Malm, so.
about ready to begin? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I want to welcome you to open session of the Risk and Audit Committee. My name is Malia Cohen. I'm chair of this committee, and to my right is the vice chair, Mr. Miller. Could we please do a roll call?
Malia Cohen.
Present.
David Miller. Here. Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma.
Present.
Jose Luis Pacheco.
Present.
Kevin Palkey.
Good afternoon.
Ramon Rubalcaba.
Present.
Melissa Willette.
Thank you very much. And just as at the top of the order of business, I just want to recognize my two colleagues, Jose Luis Pacheco and Frank Ruffino, who today is your last meeting, committee meeting? Yes, not you, Frank?
Mine is in January. But
Oh, sorry.
But actually, we're not
I'll come back. All right, Frank is like, what are you talking about? Okay, shh, Frank. Jose, Luis, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to serve with you. I appreciate your work on this committee. All right, with that, let's go ahead and call the next order, the executive report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Prashant Yaramali. For those of you who haven't had a chance to meet yet, I'm currently the special consultant in the legal department, and hopefully after I pass the bar exam, I'll be the general counsel of this fine organization.
He's joking, right?
I am not.
You haven't passed the bar?
I've passed many bars, just not the California bar.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Today, you will receive presentations of the independent auditor's report for fiscal year 2024 and 25, as well as a review of the independent auditor's management letter. The next Risk and Audit Committee meeting is scheduled for February 2026 and includes the mid-year plan update on the 2025-2026 ECRG annual plan. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate that. You did a great job.
Yeah.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions or any comments? All right, seeing none, is there a motion? All right, a motion made by Mr. Miller, seconded by Mr. Pacheco. Do we need to take a roll call vote? No? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, by a full house, by all of them saying aye. What is that? Appreciate it. Thank you. Next item. Information consent item. Okay. There is no action on that one. Okay. Madam Clerk, next item is item number 5. It's an action item, Independent Auditor's Report, fiscal years 24-25. It's good to see you, ma'am. How are you?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Belize Chapuis, Office of Audit Services. Agenda item 5A is an action item. Staff requests that the Risk and Audit Committee approve the board's independent financial statement auditor, BDO's audit reports for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2025. I want to turn it over to the BDO staff here who are presenting with me today.
Thank you. Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Billy Kim, BDO Principal and Engagement Leader of the External Audit Team. With me today is Keith Miller, BDO Principal, who leads our investment audit work for the audit, as well as Deepika Nagan, who is our audit director. She assists me in the overall leading of the team. On top of that, we also have Craig Christie, who's also on the call. He is Information Systems Principal. He assists me in leading the IT work associated with the audit as well. If we could jump to slide 5, please. Yeah, the objective of our audit was to provide reasonable and not absolute assurance as relates to whether the financial statements are free of material misstatements. And the scope of our audit actually includes the basic audited financial statements that you've approved today, and that's specifically related to the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2025. And this includes the financial statements associated with the fiduciary funds as well as the proprietary funds. And so we expect to issue a clean audit opinion over these statements, as well as also a report on the internal controls over financial reporting and compliance. And those drafts have been included in your materials, agenda item 5A. Also, all records and information which we request a lot of during the audit, has been made available for us from management, and we receive full cooperation from them. Next slide, please. Now, these items here are factors of consideration regarding the quality of management's financial reporting process. And as part of our report to you, we've included discussion on each of these following items. Next slide, please. Now, in June, we also reported to you the results of our risk assessment procedures. And this included 3 areas of significant risk, which are on the slide, as you see. And basically, these are areas that we consider that requires more audit attention than other areas. And so the first one is the evaluation of investments, specifically over private equity and real asset investments, management override of internal controls over financial reporting. Now, this is a risk that is considered as a default significant risk for all of our engagements. And then 3 is evaluation of estimated future policy liability, specifically for the long-term care fund. Now, these risks have remained unchanged, but we wanted to ensure that we report that to you. Okay, next slide, please. Now, as part of our audit, we perform thorough, very extensive audit procedures. There's a lot of work that goes involved in the audit. And again, this is to adhere to performing a quality audit. And to the credit of management, there were no corrected or uncorrected misstatements proposed by BDO as part of the overall audit. Can we move to slide 10, please? Now, as part of our audit, we also assessed the internal control environment. And this is to obtain an understanding of the related internal controls. And also, that does include assessing the design and implementation of relevant controls. And based upon our work, we did not identify any control matters that raised to a level of material weakness or significant deficiency. Now, I'm going to be passing it off to Keith and Deepika. They'll be discussing in more detail about the work performed, particularly over the significant risk areas that I had mentioned, as well as other areas of focus. Now, starting with Keith. Can we move to slide 12, please? Okay.
Thank you, Billy. So regarding valuation, the area of significant risk identified for our audit related to the private equity and the real asset investments. These comprise the PE and real estate interests in underlying investee funds that are managed by external fund managers. A summary of our procedure, is shown on the right side of this slide. The PE and real estate investments are typically valued based on the net asset value per share computed by each investee fund following GAAP guidelines, or what in accounting we call the practical expedient. Most of the funds that CalPERS invests in are audited, and so we review these underlying fund audits during our own audit process. CalPERS uses the reported June 30th mark or ending capital statement balance on that date from each investment as its year-end valuation, which means that CalPERS doesn't need to make significant estimates or judgments in determining the valuation of each of those investments. Management updates the value of each investment quarterly based on the capital statement that is received from each of those funds. Real asset funds typically have a June 30th year end, which is aligned with CalPERS year end, and the private equity funds often have a December 31st year end. So during our audit, especially for the private equity investments, we consider the time gap between the latest fund audit we have, which will be as of December 31, and CalPERS' own June 30th valuation. So our audit work, as summarized in the bullet points on the slide, includes rolling forward the investment values from December 31 to June 30th and verifying capital activity. And we confirm all of these amounts, including the June 30th ending balance, with each of the underlying funds directly via a confirmation. Also, our own internal valuation team assists us on the audit team by analyzing the performance of these investments for the first half of 2025 to ensure the values recorded by CalPERS are all reasonable. Based on the work we have performed, we do not find any issues to report to you today. And with that, I think I hand it to Deepika.
Yep, thanks, Keith. Management, actually, next slide, please. Management override of internal controls over financial reporting is a standard significant risk, as Billy mentioned. This typically applies to all organizations. It represents the potential for material misstatement due to fraud, regardless of the strength of the existing controls in place. To address this risk, we performed various procedures. We held fraud inquiries across management and also including with the executive team. We conducted walkthroughs to gain an understanding of internal controls over the key cycles. We reviewed tip line activity. We performed targeted journal entry testing using data analytics, setting and using risk-based criteria for our selections. We also incorporate unpredictability into our work. An example of this year, on top of our normal analytics that we do over investment expenses, this year we added a sample test where we sampled investment manager fees and agreed those fees back to relevant source documents, and we noted no issues there. We also sent out external legal confirmations and completed risk-based testing over certain accounts. So these audit steps are designed to address the risk and uphold the integrity of financial reporting. Next slide, please. So the valuation of estimated future policy liability is also a significant risk area. And this is particularly due to potential for material misstatement if management uses improper assumptions, most notably regarding the discount rate, which is a key assumption. So to address this, we conducted walkthroughs of controls over the policy liability estimation process. We also reviewed the actuarial valuation report and management assumptions, specifically regarding the discount rate, and with the support from BDO actuarial specialists as well. We compared management's valuation to third-party parallel reports for consistency. We completed retrospective reviews of significant estimates, especially around the discount rate. We performed analytical analysis as well as sample testing over the underlying data used within the models to validate the completeness and accuracy of that data. Additionally, our actuarial specialists independently evaluated various assumptions, including the discount rate, using their own models to determine the reasonableness of the liability. These procedures ultimately help ensure the liability is appropriately valued and reported. Next slide, please. Okay. In addition to the significant risks previously discussed, I will also highlight a few other areas of focus due to their materiality, complexity, or the level of judgment involved. So for the healthcare estimated insurance claims due, our work included sample testing, retrospective review, actuarial evaluation, analytics, and a recalculation of the liabilities. Specifically for incurred but not reported liabilities, our actuaries review every medical and pharmacy claims data model. We also confirm 100% of the liability balances with the third-party administrators for all HMO plans. To ensure completeness and accuracy, we perform sample testing on the data inputs for each of the claim data reports as well. For pension and OPEB liabilities, we tested the census data for completeness and accuracy. We performed actuarial reviews of assumptions for the pension actuarial reports. And then for the remaining areas of focus that are listed, we perform a mix of testing, including testing the data sets used for completeness and accuracy, data analytics, and sample testing. We also perform a review of internal controls over key financial systems as part of our audit. Slide 17, please. Okay. CalPERS significant accounting practices and policies are described in Note 2 of the financial statements. These practices are appropriate and comply with relevant standards. Recently issued accounting pronouncements are also summarized in Note 2. This year, there were 2 new standards that was issued by the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, GASB 101 and GASB 102. So CalPERS adopted both GASB 101 on compensated absences, which had no material impact, and GASB 102 related to certain risk disclosures, which did not require any additional disclosures. There were no other changes in significant accounting policies or practices for the year ended June 30, 2025. The notes of the financial statements include disclosures on critical accounting estimates, including those for private equity, real asset investments, long-term care fund liabilities, healthcare insurance claims, and pension liabilities. Management's process and assumptions remain consistent year over year. Slide 20, please. So slide 20 contains our other required communications. So in addition to our main audit findings, there are several other communications that we must share as part of our responsibilities to you. I will highlight a few of these. So the first one, there was no significant changes to our planned audit strategy or the significant risks we previously communicated. Second, we utilized our internal firm specialists, which include our investment valuation team and our actuarial specialist as well. Lastly, there were no disagreements with management or difficulties encountered during the audit. With that, I'll pass it back to Billy to take us through the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks. Slide 21, please. Now, the slide here is related to auditor independence. And this is an area we take seriously as we're required by our professional standards to be independent of our clients. And this includes at the firm level, also includes at the individual level as well for each of our team members. And so we're always continuously monitoring and assessing our independence throughout the audit for any potential matters or questions that are raised, and we assess them. That includes a question that was raised during our work but was cleared by a response from CalPERS legal counsel as a issue that's not related to independence. And so we are happy to reaffirm to you as our external auditors that we are independent of CalPERS. Slide 23, please. This slide contains information about BDO's quality management. And this is just to remind you that we are subject to quality management standards, and we strive to ensure that we adhere to these quality standards. Next slide, please. Now, this last slide is a resource to you as a board of CalPERS and includes a link for board educational resources. This includes thought leadership, as well as insights, webcasts, and other resources. That concludes our planned presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a quick question about the resource that's available to us. You said this is, how do we access this information?
Oh yeah, there's, those are actual links.
Hyperlinks.
So, yeah,
okay.
hyperlinks, yes.
All right, thank you very much.
So those are all available complimentary, right? It's just something that's available to the public and to our clients.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Colleagues, do you have any questions? Mr. Ruffino.
Thank you. Am I on? Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentations. I heard some great terms. Clean opinion, no significant deficiencies, no issues to report. Great phrases in the audit world. But for clarity, I'd like to ask just one more time whether there were any observations from the audit that you can think of related to data integrity, cybersecurity controls, or financial system reliability that the board should be aware of, particularly given the ongoing modernization efforts. Any thoughts on that?
Yes. So overall, as it relates to our audit, we do cover the information technology controls as part of our review. So we look at, in terms of scope, key financial systems, and that does include cybersecurity controls as well, just to assess and understand them as well. And as part of that, we do actually have a IT finding that is in our management letter that we're going to be presenting to you shortly. And that is related to a control matter that we want to raise to your attention. But outside of that, though, there was no specific issues that we felt necessary to raise or any other control issues or concerns related to that area. And we do have Craig Christie on the call, who is our information systems principal. Craig, do you want to add anything else to that?
I think the IT environment is a strong environment for the audits that we've been doing. It's consistent. We do sample testing in many areas, and it's consistent that it's operating at an effective level. We also do, as Billy mentioned, a detailed cybersecurity assessment, and there is no concerns identified during those reviews.
Excellent answer. Thank you. And thank you too. You know, when you do an audit, obviously this takes a team, both internally and externally. So thank you to the entire team who works diligently, making sure that keeps us on target. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Of course. Mr. Jose Luis Pacheco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you again for your presentation. Can you hear me now better? Yeah. So I want to ask you a question about one of the areas of risk that you identified, a significant area, the evaluation of the investments. And I'm just curious, how did you select the sample selection process on selecting which of the investments to look at, and how did you assess the evaluation? You looked at the audit reports, but since there are different dates for different ones, can you just elaborate a little bit more about that?
Yeah, sure. In terms of selecting which investments to look at, we have a proprietary in-house sampling tool which will take materiality metrics, value of the entire investment population metrics, and that will essentially tell us how many items in the entire population that we should test that the system considers to be representative of the population. And then within that, we will select a number of the largest value investments, irrespective of whether the sampling tool includes them in its sample size. So we have measures of the largest plus also a random number of investments based on the sample size that our sampling tool selects. Within that also we skew the sample population toward private equity because that's both the largest balance compared to real estate, but also because, as you mentioned, and we talk about often, private equity typically has a December 31 year end, and so it's causing us to catch more of those investments that we have the 6-month time lag for, so that we then are testing that time gap and the appropriateness of the change in valuation over that period. So all of that is designed to pick the most meaningful sample of investments to test, so that we are covering those issues we've talked about, including the 6-month lag between last audit and CalPERS year end. But tell me if I missed a part of the question.
No, you actually, you did very well on that. Okay. I was just, and thank you for elaborating on the gap, because that is significant.
Yes.
There is a lag in how we evaluate, because we have a fiscal end year of June 30th.
Correct.
And many of these private equities are on that December 31st.
Correct.
And another question that you brought up as well is that the audit statements from the private equity funds, are they certified and they audited? They're audited already.
Correct. They are, and they are. The private equity funds use something called Topic 946 under the investment under the audit rules, accounting rules, which in plain English is accounting specifically for investment funds, and so. Those financial statements include investment focused. They are largely fully covering the nature of investment. So it's different to say if you held an investment directly in a portfolio company, for example, where the gap might be talking about fixed assets or other things that don't drive straight at valuation. But for the private equity investments, because those, under Topic 946, those investments carry all of their assets and liabilities already at fair value. So that's what removes a lot of the judgment, because if you know that the fair value of the collection of assets and liabilities is, let's say, $100 million, and you know that you own 25% of that investment, then through that you can simply show that your investment under the practical expedient has a value of $25 million. And so one extra thing I can add is so when we're reviewing those audited financial statements, what we're really looking for is anomalies and things within the footnotes that might suggest there's more afoot with this investment fund that we might want to know about. So, for example, litigation, things like that might and other going concern issues that might suggest that the investment value is different from that kind of simple practical expedient calculation that I mentioned. But there are other matters that we look at as we're going through those financial statements. So largely to make sure that simple practical expedient valuation, that there aren't other significant issues that should also be factored into the valuation that might not have been, and so you'd want to make sure that basically that type of issue is not present.
Excellent. Oh, that's excellent, and thank you very much for that that comprehensive explanation of the audit reports and so forth. And I just want to compliment the entire team of your incredible work and having an unremarkable report, which is very good for all of us. And just last question is, when was the last time we've had a clean report?
Oh, you had a clean report last year as well.
Last year as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so excellent. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask a couple questions before. you've presented a clean report. This is great. I'm just wondering if we also are paying attention to some inherent risks that are within CalPERS. We do a lot of talking about control risks, guardrails, ensuring that the decisions are made with integrity and the investments are solid and fully vetted. What about detection risks? Is that also incorporated? We didn't hear very much about it. The findings focused on significant risks. I want to maybe dial back a little bit and see what other risks are out there that didn't make it into the presentation.
Yeah, as relates to our risk assessment process, we do look at all different types of risks. So that does start with the inherent risks. That does also then goes to the internal controls of detection risks. Is it properly detecting any specific errors so that they could be corrected before the financial statements are issued, for instance, right? So our understanding of the internal controls covers the full gamut.
Okay.
So it does include detection controls as well. So that includes like monitoring type controls. And throughout each cycle that is scoped in for audit work, whether that's investments, whether that's pension liabilities, all these premiums and et cetera, we are assessing and trying to understand what all the internal controls are, what the lay of the land is, and if they're appropriately addressing each of those specific risks that ultimately impact what gets onto the financial statements. So whether that's preventative controls, whether that's monitoring or detective controls, and we end up going through and assessing. And if we consider them to be relevant, or in other words, to say that they're key, we would then actually get examples of them and just ensure that they're actually appropriately designed and implemented.
Do you guys do or study reputation risks in your audit?
A
reputation risk, the effects of just kind of the external, like the media articles. I don't know. I'm asking you.
Yes. No. As part of our audit, we do look at anything publicly released about our clients. That is part of our overall understanding of the organization and anything that's out there, and is it something that we should be considering as part of our risk assessment process. And all of that is actually thoroughly documented as well as we go through that process as well.
Okay. So I know you only have a few minutes to make a presentation, and you're kind of taking the high top level, and most people just want to know what are significant risks. I was just wanted to take a moment to dive down a little bit deeper, and figure out where some of the other risks are, or maybe risk is a strong word, some of our other areas of vulnerability. Did you find any?
No, I mean, well, when we say risks, there are risks that exist, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's going to result in an issue, right? And so, from a financial reporting perspective, no, we did not. When we do procedures for each of these risks that we identify, and to ensure that there is nothing that ultimately comes about that has a material impact on the financial statements. And so, there's nothing of that sort that we're here to report to you that we identified.
Good. Yeah, that you summed it up. I'm looking for any material weakness, but it sounds like there aren't any.
Yeah.
Great. Anyone else would like to speak?
I'd like to call it.
You'd like to call it? Okay, please be my guest.
I'd like to approve the independent auditor report.
All right, there's been a motion to approve the independent audit report by member Jose Luis Pacheco, and it's been seconded by Mr. Frank Ruffino. We take that without objection, colleagues? Without objection, the motion passes. Let's hear the next item.
Madam Chair, 5B is also an action item. Staff requests that the Risk and Audit Committee approve the board's independent financial statement auditor BDO's draft management letter. And I want to turn it back over to Billy.
Topeka here. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I will cover the draft management letter here. So during the planning and execution of our audit of the CalPERS financial statements for the fiscal year 2025, we evaluated the internal controls over financial reporting. Now, this evaluation is conducted to inform our audit procedures aimed at expressing an opinion on the financial statements, rather than to assess the effectiveness of the internal controls themselves. Earlier, we provided an overview of the control findings categories, and we did not identify any material weaknesses in our audit this year. However, we did note a control deficiency related to the automated real estate investment system, or otherwise known as ARIES. Specifically, we observed that one user had both developer access and approver access. So this represents a segregation of duties conflict and could allow for code changes to be made and approved by the same individual. While CalPERS does require a second approver for code changes, there was no audit log for us to confirm this configuration remained unchanged and turned on during the audit period, and no regular monitoring, review of change logs, or database access reports were being performed. So with that, management promptly responded by removing the developer access from the affected user and confirmed that no unauthorized changes occurred. They also reviewed all user access rights to ensure that no other conflicts existed. Going forward, management will conduct independent biannual user access reviews and role checks in ARIES to promptly identify and address any segregation of duties issues. This concludes our remarks on the management letter. We're now open to any questions that you may have.
Jose Luis Pacheco.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, this is a really interesting area because this is kind of like this is my job, what I do as a SharePoint developer administrator. In terms of the ARIES, is it hosted on the Azure system? Because that's what I noticed. It was bypassing the Azure DevOps system, and furthermore, with respect to the administration rules, are you also identifying any deficiencies or any access with the global administration? Did you look at that level? Because it's another area of access.
We're going to have, go ahead, Craig.
On this, they use Azure DevOps for kind of code movement of ARIES, which is where the issue was identified related to developer access. We do specifically look at administrator access across the environment. We didn't have any issues in the administration, so that's a good thing that it's strong, it's supported. This was just specific to someone inappropriately getting access to the development environment.
And
go ahead.
No, that's great. And now that we have identified that with the remedy, are we now logging? We have logs and so forth to identify and a trail on who has access to what and when.
Management determined not to implement the logs. Sometimes when you implement logs, it does have a performance impact on the system. And I believe ARIES is in the process of being migrated to a new system in 2026. We felt that as long as they are monitoring that development group and making sure that everybody in there is appropriate and doesn't have a conflict with the approvers, it's a sufficient monitoring control to make sure that it doesn't occur again.
Another dumb question. I think I might know the answer, but I want to make it confirm. Is ARIES an internal application? And if someone could just let me know about that.
Yes, it's developed internally.
That's the problem. So yeah, I think as we move more, and I think I brought this up during the finance and administration during the modernization update. It's very important for us as we move forward that we employ, enterprise applications, out-of-the-box solutions, so that we don't have these kinds of problems, because these are problems that would come up, either institutional knowledge problems or issues that are out. But having a very robust out-of-the-box solution from an enterprise application and avoiding as much as possible internal development, internal applications would be an appropriate thing, and it would also make sure that we would have a clean bill on this particular area with the management letter. So, my opinion. Thank you. That's all my questions.
All right, thank you. Ramon Rubalcava, did you want to say something? No?
Commenting that you're making. No, I'll speak to you.
Okay. All right. So I want to talk a little bit about, so you raised a little issue with Aries, and you found, I don't know, a glitch. I don't know how to describe it. You found something that was inconsistent. You found a risk. That leads me to where our internal controls are. This, I don't know how long it's been around. This is certainly my first time chairing this body, so I don't have institutional knowledge on this. I think you guys have been around a little bit longer than I have on dealing with this issue. But shouldn't our internal controls have caught this this access? What happened there?
Yes, exactly. So that's the reason why we're calling it out, is that there should have been some way of catching this, right? And
so one more question. Was this long-standing, or is this something that was new? Are you able to put a timeline to this exposure?
Yeah, no, the root matter of it, I believe, is a situation where you have an employee that changed departments,
Okay.
right? And their access was not removed. And basically then they got additional access, and it caused a segregation of duties issue.
Mm-hmm.
And so without a monitoring control, it didn't identify, so you didn't have this detective control, right? And so therefore it went unnoticed until we actually we're going through the review.
Now, are you able to tell me how long it went unnoticed?
Craig, do you have the details on that?
We don't know exactly how long that occurred. I think in that perspective, it was definitely new and not there when we were doing our review last year.
Okay.
Additionally, I think management in this situation is relying upon a setting within the system which requires a secondary approver. So the setting basically prevents you from approving your own developed code, which is a good configuration to have in place and important. Our issue was we couldn't validate that setting was in place the full period.
Okay. Yeah. I understand. Thank you. And I know the executive director is on top of it. All right.
I mean, I can add some context if you want. So Craig is correct. So you did get an update on our data and technology project in the Finance and Administration Committee. This system is internally developed. It is at end of life. It will be replaced by a system that will lift the governance. And this is really a governance issue, as I would describe it.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. Does that conclude your presentation? I think
Yes,
so.
it does.
Okay, colleagues, is there any further discussion, any other questions that you want to ask? All right, let's keep moving forward. Thank you very much. This is an action item. Is there an action or a motion for this action? All right, Jose Luis Pacheco has made a motion to accept the staff recommendation, and a second by Mr. Miller. We take that without objection, and we take that without objection. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, let's keep moving forward. Oh, we're now going to recess into closed session. No? Okay, we're going to do the summary. Let's take some public comment. All right, thank you. Let the record reflect that there is no public comment at this time. Okay. All right, we're going to transition to closed session.
Are we taking a 5-minute recess?
No. All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are back in open session, and this adjourns the meeting. Thank you very much for everyone's service. Mr. Pacheco, it's been a pleasure. Thank you.